Chapter 123. The man turned and left after sending little Jing Kong home. Jiyu Jiao didn't even have time to thank him. Jiyu Jiao asked little Jing Kong what happened. When she found out that he jumped out to save a chicken, Jiyu Jiao also felt that he shouldn't have done that. However, Jiyu Jiao was not in a hurry to express her opinion. Little Jing Kong frowned deeply and said, "Big brother said that I shouldn't have done that. Does Jiao Jiao also think that I did wrong?" Jiyu Jiao asked him, "What do you think?" Little Jing Kong puffed up his chest and said, "I think I did the right thing. If I was the one in danger, Jiao Jiao would also jump out to save me." Great, he even used an idiom. Jiyu Jiao said, "But have you ever thought that maybe little Chi doesn't need you to save it?" Huh? Little Jing Kong didn't understand. Jiyu Jiao explained patiently, "Little Chi is very sensitive and small. A horse's hooves can't step on it easily, but a horse's hooves can easily step on you." Little Jing Kong suddenly realized something. He wasn't as sensitive as a chicken. Little Jing Kong secretly swore that he would practice even more diligently. He wanted to become more agile and protect his chicken. A few days later, Marquis Jiyu and his entourage arrived at the capital. The bumpy ride for more than a month made the three of them sick. Jiyu Jinyu had never sat in such a bad carriage. His whole body was so sore that it didn't feel like his own. Yarosha didn't have any complaints. She was very glad that she sat in this carriage. If it were Jiao Jiao and Yang who had to suffer like this, her heart would ache. "It's been hard on you." Yarosha held Jiyu Jinyu's hand and said guiltily. Jiyu Jinyu said warmly, "I'm fine. My younger brother's health is not good. He definitely won't be able to take such a jolt. I'm very happy that mother gave the carriage to elder sister and younger brother." Yarosha patted Jiyu Jinyu's hand. "You're so sensible." Marquis Jiyu helped Yarosha and Jiyu Jinyu off the carriage. The servants in the manor were very happy to see the Marquis and Jiyu Jinyu, but they could not help but be shocked when they saw Yarosha next to the Marquis. Yarosha had lived in the villa for 10 years and had not returned to the manor even once. The male servants guarding the door did not recognize her at all. Marquis Jiyu said coldly, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and greet madam." The few of them looked at each other in dismay, then stepped forward and saluted in a daze. "Greetings, madam." "What madam? Did the Marquis have a mistress outside?" Yarosha had long passed the age where she would feel embarrassed over such a small offense. Also, she had been taking Jiao Jiao medication for the past half a year, so her mood and body were both very good. Marquis Jiyu brought Yarosha and Jiyu Jinyu into the manor. The servants had already sent the news to old Madame Gu's Pine Crane courtyard. Old Madame Jiyu had not seen her son for half a year and was rather worried. She sent someone to call Marquis Jiyu to Pine Crane courtyard immediately. Marquis Jiyu had originally planned to bring Yarosha to pay respects to the old madam tomorrow, but the old madam had urged him, so he could only change his route halfway to Pine Crane courtyard. Old Madame Jiyu was overjoyed to see her son, but when she saw Yarosha next to her son, old Madame Gu's smile froze. "Why is she back?" Old Madame Jiyu asked mildly. Jiyu Jinyu felt awkward for his mother. "Mother." Marquis Jiyu glanced at old Madame Jiyu, indicating that she should not embarrass Yarosha like this. Old Madame Jiyu pretended not to see. Yarosha saluted properly. "Greetings, mother." Jiyu Jinyu also saluted. "Greetings, grandmother." Old Madame Jiyu had originally found Jiyu Jinyu pleasing to the eye, but now that Yarosha was here, she started to dislike Jiyu Jinyu as well. Yarosha lived with Jiyu Yang at the Hot Springs Villa. Now that Yarosha had returned, but Jiyu Yang was nowhere to be seen, old Madame Jiyu did not even think to ask. Marquis Jiyu tried to smooth things over. "Mother, your son has been running around and is exhausted. I will come to pay respects to you tomorrow." He did not say that Yarosha and Jiyu Jinyu were tired, but only that he was tired. How could old Madame Jiyu not let her own son rest? This was the reason why old Madame Jiyu disliked Yarosha. It was not entirely because Yarosha did not come from a good family, but more so because as long as Yarosha was here, her son seemed to be possessed and did not care about anyone. Marquis Jiyu pretended not to understand old Madame Gu's displeasure. He chuckled and said, "Your son will leave first." He then led Yarosha and Jiyu Jinyu out of Pine Crane Courtyard. The three of them had just stepped over the threshold when they bumped into a woman dressed in luxurious clothes and jewels. The woman looked at the three of them, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly bowed and said, "Master, I'm here to greet you." "Madam." "Miss." Marquis Jiyu frowned. "Concubine Ling, why are you here?" The woman called Concubine Ling smiled and said, "I am here to deliver ginseng soup to mother." Did she need to dress up like this to deliver ginseng soup to old madam? Even Jiyu Jinyu could tell that she was here to stop Marquis Jiyu. Old Madam Gu's surname was Ling. The former Madam Marquis was old Madam Gu's niece. Concubine Ling was the former Madam Marquis's stepsister and could be considered old Madam Gu's niece. When Madam Ling died of illness, Marquis Jiyu married Yarosha. Old Madam Jiyu was worried that Marquis Jiyu would not love his three sons with his ex-wife after he had a new lover, so she made the decision to take Concubine Ling as a concubine. Marquis Jiyu did not like Concubine Ling, but with old Madam Gu's support, Concubine Ling's life in the manor was very good. Especially after Yarosha moved to the mountain villa with Jiyu Yang, Concubine Ling was about to become the official madam of the manor. In addition, she was the aunt of the three young masters, so the three young masters were much closer to her than to Yarosha. "Then go send her off," Marquis Jiyu said faintly and left with Yarosha. The next day, Yarosha said that she was sick and did not go to pay respects to old Madam Jiyu. Nanny Fang advised Yarosha, "Madam, why do you have to do this? You should be thorough in your etiquette so that people won't gossip." Yarosha smiled bitterly. "No matter how thorough I am, there will always be people who will find fault with me. If I don't go, old madam will not be bothered by it." Marquis Jiyu and Jiyu Jinyu went to Pine Crane Courtyard. Hearing that Yarosha was sick, old Madam Jiyu snorted coldly. "She just doesn't want to see me." Marquis Jiyu hurriedly said, "Look at what you're saying. How could Yarosha not want to see you? Look, these gifts were all personally prepared by her. She respects you the most in her heart." The gifts were indeed chosen by Yarosha and she had put in a lot of effort. However, Yarosha did not do it for herself. She did it to prevent old Madam Jiyu from venting her anger on Jiyu Jinyu. Old Madam Jiyu pursed her lips. She did not like Yarosha. It was good that Yarosha did not come. She would not be annoyed when she saw her. "Where's Yang? Old Madam Jiyu finally asked about Jiyu Yang. "Why didn't he come with you?" Marquis Jiyu did not dare to say that Jiyu Yang had arrived in the capital long ago. He smiled and said, "Yang health is not good. I told him to come slowly. There are doctors accompanying him." Old Madam Jiyu did not ask further. Marquis Jiyu said, "I'll bring Jinyu into the palace in a moment to pay respects to your ladyship." At the mention of Consort Shu, old Madam Jiyu looked at Jiyu Jinyu with more kindness. "That's good. Your aunt has been thinking about you for a long time. She sent people to the manor to ask about you several times." Jiyu Jinyu smiled as if relieved of a burden. Jinyu also misses aunt very much. As they spoke, a servant came to report that the second and third young masters had arrived. Old Madam Gu's face immediately showed unconcealable affection. If one were to ask who old Madam Jiyu doted on the most, it would be none other than her three precious grandsons. Even her own son, Marquis Jiyu, did not have as much weight as her grandsons in her heart. Jiyu Chengfeng and Jiyu Chenglin drew the curtain and entered. "Grandmother. Father." The two cupped their hands and bowed. Jiyu Jinyu stood up and bowed to her two elder brothers. "Second brother, third brother." Jiyu Chenglin glanced at her indifferently. Jiyu Chengfeng said, "No need to be so courteous." His words were polite, but his tone was very distant. Jiyu Jinyu was used to it. Her brothers did not target her, but her mother. As long as it was her mother's child, her brothers would not like them. "Where's your eldest brother? Why don't I see him?" Old Madam Jiyu asked. Jiyu Chengfeng said, "Eldest brother came back very late last night. He went to the army camp early in the morning." It was not easy to be the eldest grandson of Marquis Ding Fu. He was the heir of the Marquis Fu. He shouldered the rise and fall of the Marquis Fu. It was harder than other children. Old Madame Gu's heart ached for her grandson, but she could not really drag him back from the army camp. Marquis Gu saw that it was about time to cut to the chase. He cleared his throat and said to old Madame Gu, "Mother, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Old Madame Gu looked at him in confusion. Marquis Gu glanced at Gu Jinyu and took a deep breath. He said solemnly, "It's about the background of the two children." Gu Jiao tidied up the house for a few days and finally fixed up the two courtyards. She planted green onions, rapeseed, and lettuce in the small vegetable garden. She also planted some peas at little Jing Kong's request. The small vegetable garden only took up half of the courtyard on the left side. Gu Jiao was thinking of building a grape trellis on the right side and planting some gourds. Next year, she would plant some grapes and loofah during the sowing season. Xiao Liulang had already received the waist tag of the Imperial College and had also signed little Jing Kong up. The Imperial College was also divided into classes. According to their grades and age, they were divided into 4 classes: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Outside of these 4 classes, there was also a very special class that specially recruited talented children. It was somewhat similar to the prodigy class in Gu Jiao's previous life. This class was only opened a few years ago. Xiao Liulang had never attended it when he was young. Gu Jiao stopped cutting vegetables. Hey! Wasn't the Imperial College closed for a few years? The elementary school isn't closed. Xiao Liulang added some firewood to the stove. Strictly speaking, the elementary school of the Imperial College does not completely belong to the Imperial College. It is separated from the Imperial College by an alley. When His Majesty closed the Imperial College, he did not mention anything about the elementary school. The elementary school took advantage of this loophole and has been open ever since. The elementary school had been open for a few years. It should be quite experienced in teaching prodigies. Gu Jiao asked, "What's the entrance exam about?" Xiao Liulang said, "Based on the results of the exams in previous years, the main exam is literacy, scripture writing, and arithmetic." Gu Jiao hummed. "There's no problem with these small clearances." Millimeter Xiao Liulang nodded. However, to be safe, the two of them still spent a lot of money to buy the exam questions from previous years for little Jing Kong to do. Little Jing Kong's accuracy was very high, but his handwriting was slow and ugly. It was extremely ugly. Thus, Little Clear Sky's daily schedule had an additional item: writing calligraphy. Little Jing Kong was not happy. He suspected that his bad brother-in-law was depriving him of the joy of being a child. Xiao Liulang said to him, "Jiao Jiao also practices calligraphy every day. You two can practice together." Little Jing Kong happily agreed when he thought about being alone with Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao had not dreamed for a long time. The last time she had a dream was before Xiao Liulang went to the provincial urban and rural examination. It had been 4 months since then. She had almost forgotten that she could dream. However, that night, when she returned to her room after practicing calligraphy with little Jing Kong, she soon fell into a strange dream. The reason why it was strange was because the person who appeared in her dream was neither Xiao Liulang nor herself. It was the man who saved little Jing Kong, whom she had almost forgotten. The man was wearing green armor and a blood-red cloak. He was sitting on a majestic warhorse. When the man passed by a secluded alley, he was ambushed. The assassins were all first-class masters. Even so, they were still no match for the man. Just when the man was about to win, one of the assassins suddenly threw out a child and stabbed the child with his sword. In order to save the child, the man's right arm was cut off by the assassin. The assassin's sword was highly poisonous. Although the man's life was saved, his right arm was crippled. Strictly speaking, this assassination had something to do with little Jing Kong. This group of assassins had been secretly watching the man for a long time. They did not dare to make a move until they accidentally saw the man giving birth to a defenseless child. They decided to do the same thing, which led to the subsequent assassination. When Gu Jiao woke up, she had a strange expression on her face. She was getting more and more confused about her dream. Could she dream of people who were not related to her? However, no matter what, he had saved little Jing Kong's life. Moreover, The assassination was inspired by him saving little Jing Kong. She could not sit back and do nothing. The assassination would take place tomorrow evening. As for the location, she remembered that there was a lucky cloud in near where the man was assassinated. Chapter 124. The novel is updated faster. You can find all the novels that you can't find online. The next morning, she found Xiao Liulang and asked him where the Lucky Cloud Tavern was. Xiao Liulang was puzzled. Where did you hear about the Lucky Cloud Tavern? Jiyu Jiao's expression didn't change. I heard about it when I went to the market yesterday. Isn't the food in that tavern delicious? Xiao Liulang said seriously, it's a shady tavern. Huh? Jiyu Jiao was surprised. Xiao Liulang explained, on the surface, it's an inn, but in reality, it's a gambling den. Many people have been fooled there, so don't be fooled. Xiao Liulang firmly believed that Jiyu Jiao was fooled by someone with ulterior motives. He refused to tell her where the Lucky Cloud Tavern was. Jiyu Jiao scratched her head and had to think of another way. After breakfast, Xiao Liulang went to find a suitable private school for Jiyu Yang and Jiyu Xiaoshan. Jiyu Jiao went to the market with the excuse of buying groceries. She directly hired a carriage and said, go to the Lucky Cloud Tavern. The carriage driver said, the Lucky Cloud Tavern is quite far. Miss, are you in a hurry? If you're not, please wait for a moment. I'll get another customer. I'm in a hurry. Jiyu Jiao said. Then it'll cost 200 copper coins. The carriage driver said. The Lucky Cloud Tavern was on the other side of the capital. His horse was not a good horse. It would take him more than half a day to go there and back, so he might not be able to get another customer. Okay. Jiyu Jiao agreed. The carriage driver was quite familiar with the capital's terrain, so he chose the nearest road. However, he didn't know what day it was, but there were two important people on the road, so all the people had to avoid them. When Jiyu Jiao arrived at the Lucky Cloud Tavern, the assassination had already begun. Jiyu Jiao heard the movement in the alley and jumped off the carriage without saying a word. She went around the other end of the alley. Both sides were in the midst of a fierce battle and did not notice that a thin and small figure had sneaked behind them. Jiyu Jiao found the sack hidden in the corner and carried the unconscious child out. Then, she found a large stone and put it inside. The assassins were no match for the man. They exchanged glances with each other and were about to start their dirty tricks. One of them picked up the sack with his sword and threw it at the man. The huge sword Qi split open the sack and the things hidden inside flew out. The assassins were all dumbfounded. Wasn't it the child's? How did it become a rock? The man was also puzzled. What kind of move was this? Was this the latest bewitching technique? Using stones? The man effortlessly split the rock into two halves. The best time for the assassination had passed. The assassins knew that they had no chance to kill the man today, so they did not continue fighting. After a few feints, they ran away one after another. The man did not chase after them. He put away his sword and was about to get on his horse when his ears suddenly twitched. He looked at the alley warily and asked, "Who is it?" His 5 senses were too sharp for him to be discovered. Jiyu Jiao came out from behind the pillar with the unconscious child in her arms. "It's me." The man recognized Jiyu Jiao. "Why are you here?" Jiyu Jiao shrugged. The man's gaze fell on the child in her arms. At first glance, it looked like the little guy from the other day. However, when he looked closer, he realized that the child had a buzz cut. The child's hair was very long and tied up. Moreover, the child's appearance was not as cute as the little guy from the other day. The man pondered for a moment and thought of the stone that flew out of the sack. He seemed to remember that the assassins were also very surprised at that time. Could it be? The man looked at Jiyu Jiao and asked suspiciously, "Did you swap the child out?" "Yes." Jiyu Jiao did not deny it. "I happened to pass by and saw them with a child. So, I followed them. Coincidentally, they were fighting with you, so I took the child out." She said it casually, but the man knew that the group of assassins were not ordinary. It was very difficult to follow them without being discovered. He looked at Jiyu Jiao with even more suspicion. "If I remember correctly, you live near the Imperial College." This place is in the east and the Imperial College is in the west. Why did you pass by here? What are you doing here? Ji Yujiao paused and looked at Shang Yun in not far away. Gambling? The man was speechless. It was fine if she did not want to tell him. Of course, the man did not know that Ji Yujiao came specially to save him. While the two of them were talking, the child's parents caught up with them. My son, the woman burst into tears. Ji Yujiao returned the child to her and said, he took a little knockout drug. It's not a big dose, so he'll be fine. He'll wake up when it's dark. Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. The woman held the child and kowtowed to Ji Yujiao. Her husband also knelt down and kowtowed. Ji Yujiao looked at the man and said, you don't have to thank me. Thank him. He was the one who chased the assassins away. The two of them kowtowed to the man again. After the two of them left, the man was about to leave as well. He grabbed the reins of the horse with one hand and held the saddle with the other. Just as he was about to get on the horse, Ji Yujiao stopped him. Don't you need to treat your wound? The man's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of vigilance. He drew his sword and pressed it against Ji Yujiao's neck. Who are you? How do you know that I'm injured? Even the servants in the residence did not know that he was injured. Ji Yujiao did not even look at the sword against her neck. She just calmly glanced at the man's waist and said, you're bleeding. The man lowered his head to look. The clothes around his waist were soaked with blood and there was a large patch of red. Ji Yujiao said, be careful of losing too much blood. This amount of blood, if it was a normal person, they would have already fainted. He had been fighting for a long time. Ji Yujiao looked around. There was no one in the alley. She simply put down the small basket and took out a small medicine box. She said to the man, lift up your clothes and let me see. The man asked, what do you want to do? Ji Yujiao lightly said, I'm going to stop your bleeding. The man knit his brows. Ji Yujiao did not want to open the medicine box in front of him. She gave him a look and said, turn around and lift up your clothes. Are you a doctor? The man asked. Yes, I am. Don't talk nonsense. You fight so well. How can a doctor be so wishy-washy? Ji Yujiao realized that the people here were more or less afraid of treatment. Of course, it could also be because they did not trust her enough. The man was a little hesitant. It was not that he did not trust Ji Yujiao, but Ji Yujiao was a woman. How could he lift up his clothes in front of a woman? Ji Yujiao sighed. If he was not going to do it, then she would. She walked behind the man, took off his armor, and lifted up his shirt. The man did not react at all. It was just stitched up, right? Ji Yujiao looked at the wound. It's torn. It needs to be stitched up again. The man's wound was stitched up by the medical officer in the military camp. Few doctors among the people were proficient in this kind of surgery. The man still had some doubts about Ji Yujiao's medical skills. But looking at Ji Yujiao's serious face, he could not refuse in the end. Ji Yujiao said, turn around. The wound extended from the man's back to his right waist. It was indeed easier to stitch it up if he turned around. The man frowned and turned around. The anesthetic has run out. Ji Yujiao did not understand why it had not been replenished until now. Ji Yujiao closed the box and waited for a while. She silently repeated the words anesthetic in her mind. But there was still no anesthetic after she opened the box. Ji Yujiao said to him, I can only stitch it up for you. Bear with it. The man was stunned. He said to Ji Yujiao, is it an anesthetic? I don't use that. You can stitch it up. Ji Yujiao did not explain the difference between local anesthesia and anesthetic. She stitched up his wound carefully. He did not make a sound during the entire process. He was a tough guy. But the two of them did not expect that when she was about to stitch up the wound, an assassin would turn back. The assassin had a bow in his hand. He knocked 5 arrows in a row. The man did not have time to react. He turned around and protected Ji Yujiao with his arms. He planned to use his body to take the arrows. He saw Ji Yujiao's eyes. They were calm and cold, filled with a flash of killing intent. Ji Yujiao pulled out the dagger at his waist. With a sudden swing, She threw it at the assassin's chest. The assassin groaned and fell from the roof. His bow also fell to the ground. The man turned around in disbelief. Jiyu Jiao calmly squatted down and continued stitching up the man's wound. "It's done," Jiyu Jiao said. The man looked at Jiyu Jiao in a daze. He was still in a state of great shock. Jiyu Jiao blinked her eyes and looked at him. She suddenly realized, "Yes, I almost forgot about this." As she said this, she took out a bottle of medicine that she had concocted and handed it to him. "It's better than your medicine." Jiyu Jiao was not in a blindfolded contest. She had smelled the medicine when she was stitching up his wound. She carefully identified the ingredients and confirmed that it was not as good as her medicine. The man still had a look of disbelief. "Was it not over yet?" Jiyu Jiao looked at the assassin not far away. "He's not dead. We can still capture him and interrogate him. Or, do you want to arrest me?" "No." The man finally came back to his senses. "You were defending yourself. If you want to arrest someone, you should be arresting them." "Oh, then I'm leaving." Jiyu Jiao clapped her hands and carried the small basket on her back. She walked out of the alley with a calm expression. Jiyu Jiao had given the man too much shock. Even the assassins could not cause a ripple in his heart. He hesitated for a moment, but still urged his horse to catch up with her. "I'll send you home." Jiyu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. The man paused. "I also live in the direction of the Imperial College." "It's on the way. Up to you." Jiyu Jiao arrived at Lucky Cloud Inn and got into the carriage that she had hired from the market. The man was actually worried that the assassins had not gone far and had their eyes on Jiyu Jiao. That was why he offered to send her home. Fortunately, there were no signs of the assassins until they arrived at Jiyu Jiao's house. They probably did not catch up with her. That was good. He did not want to implicate her. Jiyu Jiao paid the fare, and the coachman drove the carriage away. The man also left. "Goodbye." Jiyu Jiao nodded. "Goodbye." "Hey, Jiao Jiao." "Dear brother." Little Jing Kong saw the two of them through the crack of the door and ran over. He hid his little hands tightly behind his back to prevent Jiyu Jiao from seeing them. He tilted his head and asked, "Jiao Jiao, why did you come back with dear brother? Is dear brother here to visit our house?" His behavior reminded the man of Jiyu Jiao's behavior just now. They were indeed a family. Even their words and actions were so similar. Jiyu Jiao patted his little head and said, "Dear brother is just passing by." "Oh." Little Jing Kong thought for a while, moved a step towards the door, and said, "Then I'll talk to dear brother for a while." "Okay." Jiyu Jiao pretended not to see that he was hiding something in his hands. After Jiyu Jiao entered the house, the man asked Little Jing Kong, "What are you hiding in your hands?" Little Jing Kong took out his little hands from behind his back and revealed a small box. He said quietly, "Jiao Jiao's birthday is coming soon. I'm preparing a gift for Jiao Jiao. This is the first birthday I'm celebrating with Jiao Jiao. I want to give her a surprise. I'm afraid that she has already seen through your surprise, little guy." Little Jing Kong had a lot to say to the person he liked. He turned into a little loudspeaker again and kept blabbering. The man didn't feel annoyed at all. He only felt that this child was very cute. He was very puzzled. How did a woman who didn't even blink when killing someone raise such a naive and ignorant little guy? She must have protected him very well, he thought. Little Jing Kong's blabbering sounds echoed in his ears. The smell of food wafted from the courtyard. The man felt a trace of home in front of this unfamiliar house for the first time. The man said goodbye to Little Jing Kong and returned to the house. As soon as he stepped through the gate, a clever and delicate manservant rushed over with a hurried expression. Why did you come back so late? In the few days that you weren't in the residence, something big happened in our residence. What happened?" the man asked. Sigh. The servant scratched his head and cheeks. He had been holding it in for a few days, but he suddenly didn't know where to start. The man ignored him and entered the house coldly. The servant chased after him. "It's about the second madam. She lost the child in the past. The young miss in our house isn't the master's flesh and blood. The real young miss is outside and refuses to come back. I heard," She grew up in the countryside. She's timid and hasn't seen the world. She doesn't dare to come to the house. The matter of Jiyu Jiao and Jiyu Yang coming to the capital couldn't be covered up. Both of them refused to return to the house, so there were many guesses in the house. The servant sighed, Aya, after so long, it turns out that the master doted on the wrong person. She's not your biological sister. Jiyu Changqing's eyes were cold. I don't have a sister. I only have 2 younger brothers. Jiyu Changqing wouldn't recognize Yarosha. He also wouldn't recognize the 2 children that Yarosha had with his father. Chapter 125. Jiyu Changqing's body was injured. After returning to the manor, he did not alarm anyone. First, he had a servant call the manor doctor to his courtyard. The manor doctor was already accustomed to Jiyu Changqing's injuries. The heir was a person who did not care for his life. It would be abnormal if he didn't have some injuries when he came back. However, after examining the condition of the wound, the manor doctor was shocked. Heir, may I ask who stitched it up for you? Jiyu Changqing asked. What is it? The military camp doctor stitched it up once and the doctor outside stitched it up once. Is there a problem? The manor doctor said, no, it was stitched up very well. I have never seen anyone who could treat a torn wound so well. Which doctor was it? Hearing the manor doctor say this, Jiyu Changqing had an idea. You can withdraw. Don't spread the news of my injuries. This small one understands. He had been the manor doctor for a few days and understood this heir's habits. He did not like to make a big fuss and cause the entire manor to panic. After the manor doctor withdrew, the servant brought over a basin of hot water and a set of clean clothes. Earlier, in order to not attract attention, he had used a cloak to cover the wound. Now, even the cloak was stained with blood. The servant helped Jiyu Changqing take off his clothes while muttering, Heir, how did you get injured this time? Ever since you were transferred to General Ran's command, you have been injured more than before. Is General Ran especially scary? How can there be no injuries when practicing martial arts? General Ran's rule is strict. This is a good thing. It is Zhao country's fortune. Don't say these words again in the future. Oh. The servant muffled a response. He put the blood-stained cloak into the basket and began to take off his outer and inner robes. That's right, heir. Did you call the manor doctor over because you were worried? In the past, after you were treated in the military camp, you would not let the manor doctor see you a second time. Since you were worried about that person's medical skills, why did you let him treat you? That's right, why did he let her treat him? Jiyu Changqing couldn't answer either. She did not look very old and seemed to be about the same age as Jiyu Jinyu. It would be good if a girl of her age did not cry out in fright when she saw such a hideous injury, but she could still calmly stitch it up for him. Not only that, she had also killed an assassin. After killing him, she continued to stitch him up as if nothing had happened. He had lived for 20 years, but this was the first time he had seen such a strange woman. His small body seemed to contain a great amount of power. Your Highness, concubine Ling wants to see you. A maid outside the door reported. The manservant looked at him and said, Your Highness is injured. Why don't I go and help her? No need. Jiyu Changqing changed into clean clothes and went to the flower hall to see concubine Ling. Concubine Ling was Madame Little Ling's younger sister. She did not look much like Madame Little Ling. She was more beautiful than Madame Little Ling, but unfortunately, neither she nor Madame Little Ling could compare to Madame Yao. Perhaps it was not only because concubine Ling had the same bloodline as Madame Little Ling, but also because concubine Ling had some of Madame Little Ling's desolation back then. Jiyu Changqing was still polite to her. Jiyu Changqing said, It's so late. Concubine Ling, haven't you slept yet? Concubine Ling smiled, I'm old now. I don't always feel sleepy like when I was young. It's enough to sleep for 6 to 4 hours a day. These days, you always go out early and come back late. I haven't seen you for a long time, so I wanted to come and see you. Jiyu Changqing said, I've made you worry. Concubine Ling said earnestly, Don't be too tired. You still have to take care of your body. There will be a long way to go in the manor, but you can't let anything happen to your body. I know. Although he said so, Jiyu Changqing didn't dare to forget the old duke's instructions before he left. He was the eldest grandson and also the eldest brother. He had the old madam, younger brothers and sisters, and the manor's 100 years of history. He had to support the entire manor even if he had to kneel. After the greetings, concubine Ling didn't have the intention to leave. Jiyu Changqing asked, "Is there anything else, concubine Ling?" Concubine Ling twirled the handkerchief in her hand and smiled embarrassedly. "It's like this. Madam has returned to the manor. You must have heard about her." Jiyu Changqing looked at concubine Ling. "Concubine Ling, are you talking about the two children being swapped?" Concubine Ling was slightly stunned. "You know?" Jiyu Changqing said, "I just found out." Concubine Ling glanced at the manservant standing behind Jiyu Changqing and understood. She said, "Although Jinyu isn't your father's biological child, she has been raised in our manor for many years. We have developed feelings for her. If we send her away, not only will your father and madam be reluctant, even the old madam will be reluctant." Jiyu Changqing didn't think much about this matter. He didn't care, so he didn't fuss about it. Concubine Ling smiled warmly. "Jinyu's birthday is coming soon. Do you need me to prepare a birthday gift for her?" Jiyu Changqing said, "Concubine Ling, just arrange it like in the past." Although he didn't recognize Jinyu as his sister, he wouldn't deliberately embarrass her. He didn't have the hobby of bullying a young girl. Concubine Ling continued, "Yang Er also came to the capital. As for Yang Er and that child, should we also send a birthday gift to each of them?" Jiyu Yang moved to the villa before she was 4 years old. They hadn't seen each other for 10 years. Jiyu Changqing actually couldn't remember what Jiyu Yang looked like. He nodded. "If you can send it, then send it together. It was just a matter of face." Concubine Ling smiled. "Okay, I'll prepare the gift for your father and let him bring it over." Jiyu Changqing didn't have any objections. "Concubine Ling, you can make the decision for such a small matter." Concubine Ling reminded him to take care of his body before leaving. Jiyu Changqing knew how badly injured he was. The pain wouldn't go away for 3 to 5 days. However, he slept for a night. When he woke up the next day, he didn't feel much pain. He applied some of the medicine that Jiyu Jiao gave him. It was cool and the pain in his wound lessened. Jiyu Changqing felt that it was very magical. Where did that girl's medical skills come from? She was actually better than the medical officer in the military camp. There was no training for the next 2 days, but Jiyu Changqing still decided to go to the military camp. When he passed by Chuehua Pavilion, he happened to bump into Jiyu Jinyu accompanying Yarosha for a walk in the garden. He saw the other, and the other also saw him. The scene was slightly awkward. When Yarosha had first married into the Marquis Fu, Jiyu Changqing hadn't even been 10 years old. He was a half-grown brat, and he had just lost his mother. His heart was filled with resentment and he had spoken ill of Yarosha many times. He had even threatened to chase Yarosha out. In this Fu, if there was him, there would be no Yarosha. If there was Yarosha, there would be no him. He had even complained about Yarosha in front of his grandfather and grandmother. Now that he was older, he would not be as insensible as he had been when he was young. However, he would not call Yarosha mother. Not in this lifetime. Yarosha nodded from afar. He also raised his hands in a faint greeting. They greeted each other politely and distantly. Logically, this awkward encounter should have ended, but Jiyu Jinyu suddenly walked down the pavilion and came in front of Jiyu Changqing. He curtsied and said, "Eldest brother, good morning." "Good morning." Jiyu Changqing's expression was indifferent. Jiyu Jinyu didn't seem to care. He raised a sweet smile and said, "Eldest brother, it will be my birthday in a few days. Will eldest brother return to the Fu on that day?" Without waiting for Jiyu Changqing to speak, Jiyu Jinyu continued, "Nyang Nyang said that she will also come. I hope that eldest brother will also come." Facing those eyes that were smiling but could not hide their unease, Jiyu Changqing did not reject him as thoroughly as he usually did. "I will return when I have time." Jiyu Jinyu smiled. "Many thanks, eldest brother." Jiyu Changqing said coldly, "Don't thank me too early. I might not have time." With that, He brushed past Jiyu Jinyu and left without looking back. Jiyu Jinyu thought to herself, it seemed that not being mother's child made eldest brother less angry at her. Before returning to the capital, she had worried that she would be looked down upon by the world after her identity was exposed. In the end, this was not the case. Imperial concubine Shu liked her because of her talent. Old Madam liked her because Imperial concubine Shu also liked her. What did it matter if she was father's flesh and blood? Once she became a county princess and had eldest brother's love, who would dare to look down on her in the future? Oh right, there was also Royal Princeton. Last time when she entered the palace, she was so focused on solving problems for the fifth prince that she forgot to mention Royal Princeton. This coming-of-age banquet was a great opportunity to meet Royal Prince and, after taking a walk, Jiyu Jinyu found Marquis Jiyu and told him her thoughts. Marquis Jiyu was shocked. What? Send an invitation to Royal Princeton? That's not appropriate, right? We are not familiar with Royal Prince and he did not dare to rush to establish a relationship with Royal Prince and just because he had taken in Royal Prince Anne and his sister for a few nights. Putting aside the interests between the major powers, Royal Prince Anne alone was not someone he could establish a relationship with. The old Marquis might have some face. After all, the old Marquis had military achievements. But he was not his father. Jiyu Jinyu said confidently, "Father, trust me. The royal prince will definitely come." Marquis Jiyu could not resist his daughter's coaxing. In a moment of impulse, he sent the invitation to Royal Prince Anne. Wu Yang expressed his doubts, but no matter how I look at Marquis Jiyu, he doesn't look like someone who can achieve great things. How long can old Marquis hold on by himself? Isn't your majesty making the wrong bet? Royal Prince Anne's gaze was deep. Marquis Jiyu can't, but Jiyu Chongqing can. Wu Yang, this, Royal Prince Anne did not continue this topic. Instead, he asked, Miss Gu's birthday is also on the same day, right? Wu Yang naturally understood that the Miss Jiyu his master was referring to was not Jiyu Jinyu. He said, it should be. There's also young Master Jiyu. Royal Prince Anne nodded. Have you found out where they are staying in the capital? Wu Yang said, I've heard about it. Miss Gu's husband went to the Imperial College to register and left his address, but what? Royal Prince Anne asked. Wu Yang said, that residence was the one that Royal Prince wanted to buy. Unfortunately, it was bought by someone for 10 times the price. Royal Prince Anne had a bit of an impression. You're talking about the residence that is very close to the Imperial College and has 2 large courtyards. That's right. Wu Yang nodded. Royal Prince Anne was confused. How did they get into that residence? Wu Yang said, I heard that Miss Gu's husband rented it for 30 taels of silver every month. Royal Prince Anne was even more confused. Only 30 taels? 30 taels was not a small amount. But if one knew that the residence was bought for 10 times the price, they would feel that the rent was not worth mentioning. All of the residences in the alley were very close to the Imperial College. But only that residence had the largest courtyard. It was very suitable for people with small children. She just happened to have a 3-year-old little brother. But, how did they rent it? Maybe it's good luck. What Wu Yang really wanted to say was that the person who bought the residence was an idiot. Spending so much money to buy a residence in the Imperial College just to rent it out? Royal Prince Anne shook his head. Forget it. There's no need to look into this. It's not bad for them to live there. There are students from the Imperial College nearby. No one will recognize the Empress Dowager. There's one more thing. Wu Yang said. What is it? Royal Prince Anne asked. Wu Yang said with a strange expression, does Royal Prince still remember the recommendation quota for the county? This subordinate asked around. Miss Gu's husband got 2 first places in the county exam. His total score is first in the county. Royal Prince Anne said, I know about this. It's because his grades are good enough that I persuaded grandfather to think of a way to reopen the Imperial College. This way, his entire family can enter the college. The Empress Dowager can also enter the capital without attracting attention. Is there a problem? Wu Yang said with a puzzled expression, The recommendation quota for the county wasn't his. He got in himself. Jiyu Jiao didn't return because she didn't think of herself as part of the Marquis's manor. Jiyu Yang didn't return because there weren't many people in the manor who truly welcomed him. His grandmother only had 3 older brothers in her heart. He was sickly and had bad luck. Ever since he was young, his grandmother didn't like him. As for his 3 older brothers, when he was young, he naively thought that they were really his older brothers. After being beaten a few times, he understood that they would never be a family. Jiyu Jinyu's background was only known to the masters and a few trusted servants in the manor. Outsiders didn't know that Jiyu Jinyu was the wrong daughter, nor did they know that Madame Yarrow and her children had returned to the capital. They just thought that it was the same as the previous years, that Jiyu Jinyu was the only daughter celebrating her birthday, so they didn't suspect anything. Madame Yarrow had given her present to Jiyu Jinyu last night. Early in the morning, she had gone to the Imperial College to celebrate the twins' birthday. Jiyu Jinyu couldn't care less about her disappointment because she had too many surprises today. Consort Shu couldn't come to the Marquis's manor because something had happened at the last minute in the palace. She had asked the 5th prince to come in her place. The 5th prince even brought the Emperor's imperial edict, officially conferring her the title of county princess with the title of Hui. This was the Marquis's manor's first county princess. Everyone felt honored. Old Madame Jiyu also felt honored and knelt down to thank the Emperor for his grace. Grandmother. Jiyu Jinyu helped Old Madame Jiyu up. Old Madame Jiyu patted her hand in relief, her eyes full of affection. I knew you were capable. His Majesty has conferred you the title of County Princess Hui. The word Hui shows how much His Majesty appreciates you. She was praising Jiyu Jinyu for her intelligence. Jiyu Jinyu bowed and said, "It's all thanks to grandmother's good teachings. I've been under grandmother's influence since I was young. It's all thanks to grandmother that I have the knowledge I have today. Grandmother didn't favor one over the other just because I'm a girl. She hired so many outstanding tutors for me. Without grandmother, Jinyu wouldn't have the title of County Princess." Old Madame Jiyu was overjoyed when she heard this. Old Madame Jiyu did dote on Jiyu Jinyu, but she couldn't compare to her 3 grandsons. The tutors were all hired by Marquis Jiyu. Old Madame Jiyu just didn't object. However, Jiyu Jinyu was willing to give her all the credit, which showed her filial piety. She wasn't like that wild girl who grew up in the countryside. She had been in the capital for so long but didn't even kowtow to her. It was a pity that she wasn't her biological daughter. They were separated by a layer. Congratulations, old madam. Congratulations, County Princess. Concubine Ling presented her carefully prepared gift. Jiyu Jinyu didn't like Concubine Ling, but she knew that old madam liked Concubine Ling. She wouldn't disrespect old madam. She personally took Concubine Ling's gift. Thank you, Concubine Ling. Concubine Ling took out another gift. Your eldest brother prepared this for you. He can't leave the military camp, so he asked me to send this to you first. Jiyu Jinyu knew that this was actually prepared by Concubine Ling. She wasn't disappointed. She couldn't eat everything in one go. Her eldest brother's change in attitude towards her would take time. She already saw the signs. She believed that in time, her eldest brother would definitely accept her from the bottom of his heart. Jiyu Jinyu's coming-of-age ceremony was very grand. Many influential officials in the capital came. Even the Minister of Education of the Imperial College came. The Minister of Education was an official position second only to the Chancellor in the Imperial College. There were 2 ministers, 1 minister and 1 deputy. The one who came was the Minister of Education, Lord Zhang. The young Chancellor had passed away and the old Chancellor had resigned and left the capital. Everyone in the capital was saying that this Lord Zheng would be the next Chancellor of the Imperial College. Jiyu Jinyu felt extremely honored. All the grievances she had suffered in the villa for half a year had all disappeared. She indeed belonged in the capital. The capital was her place. Here, she could shine. If Minister of Education Zheng's arrival made Jiyu Jinyu feel extremely honored, then the next person would make the entire Marquis's residence feel extremely honored. The person who came was the Crown Princess's trusted aide. The Crown Princess had sent Jiyu Jinyu her coming-of-age gift. Jiyu Jinyu simply didn't know what to say. The Crown Princess was the future Empress. Her status was second only to the Empress and the Crown Prince. Even Consort Shu didn't dare to put on airs in front of her. Such a powerful person actually sent someone to attend her coming-of-age ceremony. Jiyu Jinyu was overwhelmed by the favor. The eunuch smiled and said, "Congratulations, County Princess Hui." The Crown Princess said that if County Princess Hui is free, you can visit the Eastern Palace and play chess with her to relieve your boredom. Yes. Jiyu Jinyu respectfully replied. The eunuch waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and smiled. It's getting late. The Crown Princess is still waiting for me to report back. I'll send you off. Please wait, County Princess Hui. After the eunuch left, old Madame Jiyu and Marquis Jiyu both felt that this was unreal. In one night, they even had dealings with the Crown Princess. It might be an exaggeration to say that they had dealings. The Crown Princess had most likely sent a congratulatory gift on account of His Majesty. But no matter what, this was enough for them to be prominent in the capital for a while. Jinyu didn't disappoint grandmother. Chapter 127. Marquis Dingen Manor was not too far from the directorate, so Yarosha arrived very early. Jiyu Jiao had just finished washing up when she heard a knock on the door. She opened it and saw that it was Yarosha. She could not help but be stunned. Yarosha gently smiled and said, "I didn't disturb you, right?" Jiyu Jiao shook her head. "I didn't. I'm already up." Yarosha smiled and said, "You haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? I brought steamed buns and brown sugar steamed buns." The manor was preparing for Jiyu Jinyu's banquet. Yarosha had bought breakfast on the way. It was from a famous steamed bun shop in the capital. "Come in." Jiyu Jiao invited Yarosha into the yard. Xiao Liulang had also gotten up and was drawing water from the well. Yarosha and Xiao Liulang had met a few times in the countryside. Unlike Marquis Gu's pickiness, Yarosha was very satisfied with Xiao Liulang. He was handsome. This was important. He also studied well and was diligent. Originally, because they had not consummated their marriage, Yarosha was worried about the relationship between the two. But after observing a few times, she found that the two were getting along very well. It was just that they had not been enlightened. "Madam Jiyu." Xiao Liulang politely greeted Yarosha. Jiyu Jiao called Yarosha Madam Jiyu. Xiao Liulang also called her this. Yarosha did not care about the title and happily gave it to Xiao Liulang. Jiyu Jiao wanted to go to the kitchen to make porridge for the family, but she was rejected by Yarosha. Yarosha would let her do anything else, but today was her and Jiyu Yang's birthday. Yarosha would not let her do anything. Yarosha would occasionally make some pastries in the manor, so she was quite familiar with the kitchen. She first made the morning porridge and then began to prepare the next two meals. She sent Granny Fang to buy groceries. What to buy and how much to buy were all written down on the list. This was the first birthday that Yarosha was celebrating for her daughter. She had prepared for a long time and had even practiced the dishes. Yarosha was still very popular in the family. Even the strange-tempered matriarch had been won over by her pastries. With her coming, everyone was quite happy. Jiyu Yang had nothing to do after breakfast, so he went to pick the corn cobs. However, he was stopped by little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong took the corn cob and raised his little hand to stop her. He said sternly, "Today is your birthday too. You don't have to do anything. I won't quarrel with you and let you have a day." Yarosha made a table full of delicious dishes. Not only did she take care of Jiyu Jiao and Jiyu Yang's tastes, she also took care of everyone else's. In the end, the three wooden figures, Jiyu Jiao, Jiyu Yang, and little Jing Kong, all moved into Jiyu Jiao's small house. Jiyu Yang's small house was empty. Jiyu Xiaoshun gave 2 Buddhist scriptures that he carved himself. In exchange for helping him carve the wooden figures, little Jing Kong took out his attire, put on the prayer beads, put on the monk's robe, took out a small wooden fish, and performed a ritual for the Buddhist scriptures sincerely. So these were Buddhist scriptures that had been blessed. Jiyu Jiao flipped through the Buddhist scriptures in his hands. He was in disbelief. Jiyu Xiaoshan was the most worry-free child in the family. However, because of this, he was easily neglected by his family. Jiyu Jiao didn't know that he could learn so many words in just a few months. Many of them were rare words. Can you read all of them? Jiyu Jiao asked. Yes, I can. Jiyu Xiaoshan nodded. Brother-in-law said that if he didn't know how to read them, he wouldn't know how to answer if someone asked him what he carved. Therefore, even though it was very difficult, he still tried his best to remember these words, including their meaning. Jiyu Xiaoshan saw Jiyu Jiao's thoughtful expression. He scratched his head. Sister, do you not like it? Jiyu Jiao looked up and smiled. I like it. I like it very much. Jiyu Yang gave Jiyu Jiao a bracelet. He had bought it with his hard-earned money. From the moment he refused to move back to the Lord Protector's mansion, his father cut off his monthly allowance. Jiyu Jiao gave him pocket money every month. However, Jiyu Jiao gave him money to buy a gift for Jiyu Jiao. He always felt that something was wrong, therefore, he decided to earn it himself. He didn't have any work to do at his great-aunt's place. He didn't know how to copy books at his brother-in-law's place. He also didn't know how to carve at Jiyu Xiaoxian's place. After thinking about it, he decided on Little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong had a monthly rent of 30 taels of silver. His family was definitely a small local tycoon. Jiyu Yang's process of earning money was like this every day. He fed the chickens in Little Jing Kong. 5 copper coins. Every day, he took the chickens in Little Jing Kong. 5 copper coins. Every day, he cleaned the chicken poop. 5 copper coins. Every day, he praised Little Jing Kong in fancy ways. 10 copper coins. He worked for a total of 10 days and earned 250 copper coins. He originally liked a pair of pearl hair clips, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough copper coins. Therefore, he settled for the next best thing and bought a bracelet. The bracelet was strung with jade stones. Any stone in Jiyu Yang's house was worth more than these jade stones. However, he didn't earn them himself. Jiyu Jiao put on the bracelet. It looked very nice. Jiyu Jiao also prepared a gift for Jiyu Yang. Jiyu Yang didn't open it in front of everyone. He wanted to go back to his room and open it secretly. Little Jing Kong was very curious. Jiyu Jiao flipped to the end and found an unexpected surprise. This box was specially made. At the bottom, there was a white magnolia hairpin. Oh! Jiyu Jiao's eyes widened. This iron-like man finally knew to give her a hairpin. What Jiyu Jiao didn't know was that this hairpin was also called a hairpin ceremony. When a woman of Jiao country reached the age of 15, the elders in the family would hold her hair and give her a hairpin ceremony. This meant that the woman had reached adulthood and was of marriageable age. Of course, if the woman got married before she reached the age of 15, she would have a hairpin ceremony on the day of her marriage. This also meant that she had reached adulthood. When Jiyu Jiao got married, she didn't have a hairpin ceremony. Jiyu Jiao wouldn't spend so much effort on a fool, but Xiao Liulang still had an impression of it. When Yarosha saw the hairpin that her son-in-law gave to her daughter, she instantly understood what was going on. She originally thought that her daughter had already had a hairpin ceremony, so she thought that today was just a normal birthday. Her son-in-law was very considerate. Jiyu Jiao finally understood why this guy didn't give her a hairpin. It turned out that hairpins were really troublesome. Since she hadn't had a hairpin ceremony, she couldn't use a hairpin. Yarosha's eyes immediately turned red. Jiao Jiao, I'll comb your hair. Yarosha and the matriarch combed Jiyu Jiao's hair. Under everyone's witness, Jiyu Jiao completed her hairpin ceremony. The moon was in the sky. The bustling streets were left behind by the horses. Jiyu Changqing rode the horse to a quiet alley. He dismounted and led the horse into the alley. Unknowingly, he arrived in front of a familiar courtyard. The courtyard's door was half open. From time to time, the laughter of women and children could be heard. It was accompanied by the voices of young men. It was a joyous atmosphere. Jiyu Changqing paused at the door for a while. In the end, He didn't go in. He turned around and was about to get on the horse. But suddenly, little Jing Kong ran over. His small body squeezed through the gap in the door. Da Gidge. Is it you? Jiyu Changqing turned around and looked at him. It's me. Jing Kong, who is it? Yarosha opened the half-closed door and saw Jiyu Changqing outside. Her smile froze. Jiyu Changqing was very surprised to see Yarosha here. He was even more surprised by Yarosha's unguarded smile. Although it quickly froze, he still saw it. He never knew that the depressed Yarosha could be so happy. She was smiling like a child. You. Yarosha wanted to say something but stopped. Little Jing Kong looked at Jiyu Changqing, then looked at Yarosha and asked, Benefactor Yao, do you know each other? Benefactor? Most people wouldn't call him that. Jiyu Changqing looked at him strangely. Are you a monk? Little Jing Kong explained seriously. I was a monk before I came down the mountain. I'm not anymore. Benefactor Yarrow is a pilgrim of our temple. I see her often. I'm very familiar with her. Da Gidge, are you also here to celebrate Jiao Jiao's birthday? Little Jing Kong said it based on his identity. But in Jiyu Changqing's ears, he thought that Yarosha and the little monk's family were just old friends. It was really a coincidence that he and his stepmother knew the same friend. Jiyu Changqing said seriously, No, I'm just passing by. Do you like birds? Little Jing Kong tilted his head and thought for a while. Yes. Jiyu Changqing handed him a birdcage covered with a cloth hanging from the saddle. This is for you. After saying that, he got on the horse and left without looking back. Little Jing Kong looked at the back of the horse and waved his little hand. Thank you, Da Gidge. Chapter 128. Novels that cannot be found on the internet will be available here. Yarosha lifted the cloth of the birdcage to take a look. There was actually an eagle chick inside. Yarosha asked Little Jing Kong how he knew that big brother. Little Jing Kong told her how he was saved. I went to save Little Chi and was almost hit by a carriage. It was Big Brother who saved me. Big Brother is so amazing. As he spoke, his eyes were full of admiration for Jiyu Changqing. Yarosha and Jiyu Changqing had not lived together for 10 years. Her impression of Jiyu Changqing was still from before he was 11 years old. At that time, Jiyu Changqing believed someone's slanderous words and believed that Yarosha killed his mother. Jiyu Changqing did his best to oppose Yarosha. His gaze towards Yarosha was full of hatred. He also did not treat Jiyu Yang well. At first, Jiyu Yang did not understand and often went to find his 3 brothers. In the end, he always came back with bruises all over his body. Every time Marquis Jiyu found out, he would beat his 3 sons. But after the beating, someone would report it to the old madam. The ones who suffered losses were Yarosha and Jiyu Yang. Yarosha knew that Jiyu Changqing did not beat Jiyu Yang, but he also did not save Jiyu Yang from his 2 brothers' evil clutches like how he saved Little Jing Kong. Yarosha's heart was sour. He could be kind to strangers, but why couldn't he be kind to Jiyu Yang? Forget it. 10 years had passed. She had already let it go. Jiyu Yang had a Jiao Jiao. He lived a good life here in Jiao Jiao. He did not need to go back to the residence to look at anyone's face. He also did not need to suffer any unnecessary harm. Big Brother is a good person, Little Jing Kong said as he hugged the birdcage. Yarosha smiled bitterly but did not say anything. Jiyu Changqing was a soldier of the Jiao country. He had the duty to protect the people of the Jiao country. He was a good person to everyone, but to her and Yang he was someone who wanted to eat their flesh and drink their blood. From Little Jing Kong, Yarosha found out that Jiyu Jiao had also met Jiyu Changqing, but the 2 of them did not know each other's identity. Jiyu Changqing didn't see Jiyu Yang. Even if he saw them, he probably wouldn't be able to guess each other's identities. Has Big Brother only come once? Yarosha asked. Including today, it's 2 times. Little Jing Kong said. The first time was when she saved Little Jing Kong and sent him home. This time, she was probably just passing by and thought that Little Jing Kong was cute, so she brought him a bird. What else could he do? Could it be that he's here to celebrate Jiao Jiao's birthday? He was the one who saved Jiao Jiao's younger brother, not the Jiao Jiao who saved him. Moreover, no one would give a fierce little chick to a girl's birthday, right? That's right, Jiyu Changqing brought over a chick. It was even a Gerfalcon chick that was known as 1 in 100,000 divine birds. Little Jing Kong didn't know what an eagle was, he only felt that this baby bird was very big. Okay, from now on, you'll be called Little Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. Big brother came just now. He gave me a bird. Little Jing Kong hugged the birdcage and went to look for Jiyu Jiao. Today, the small alley was very lively. Not long after Jiyu Changqing left, Wu Yang came. He was ordered by Royal Prince and to send birthday gifts to Jiyu Jiao and Jiyu Yang. Royal Prince An's reason was very open and aboveboard. My Royal Prince received Marquis Gu's invitation and originally planned to personally come and congratulate him. However, he has not been well these few days, so he asked me to send birthday gifts to Miss Jiyu and young Master Jiyu. Since Marquis Jiyu sent the invitation first, then it was reasonable for Royal Prince An to send gifts. However, Yarrow vaguely remembered that Marquis Jiyu wrote Marquis Gu's residence on the invitation. How did Royal Prince An find this place? Jiyu Jiao asked, how did your Royal Prince know that we came to the capital? Wu Yang smiled. Royal Prince is also a student of the Imperial College. He saw the register of the Imperial College and knew that young Master Xiao also came to the Imperial College. He spent some effort to find this place. Jiyu Jiao snorted and sized Wu Yang up. I suddenly feel that you look a little familiar. Are you the thief from that night? Wu Yang shook his head like a rattledrum. I'm not. Oh my God, it's been so long. How can you still remember? You were almost recognize. When Royal Prince An came, Xiao Liulang was not home. Xiao Liulang only heard about it afterwards. Xiao Liulang's gaze landed on Wu Yang. Wu Yang felt strange being stared at. He coughed lightly and said, is Grandaunt here? I'll go greet her. A meaningful light flashed through Xiao Liulang's eyes. Wu Yang went to the backyard to see the matriarch and gave her 2 boxes of delicious Osmanthus cakes. The matriarch was very happy. Wu Yang saw that the Empress Dowager was in good spirits and was secretly relieved. In fact, Jiyu Jiao also felt that Wu Yang treated the old lady differently. Commandery Prince An was very strange when he first came. He said that he came to apologize to her for Zhuang Kadi, but who would come all the way to apologize empty-handed and only send the apology gift the next day? In fact, Royal Prince An was not unaware of his flaw. He just thought that Shi Yi did not have a better excuse. He only prayed that Jiyu Jiao would not be so smart to think of this flaw. Jiyu Jiao felt that the assassination that night was related to Royal Prince An. The more she looked at this guy called Wu Yang, the more he looked like the man in black who shot arrows at the matriarch that night. Tomorrow, I will choose some valuable gifts to send to elder sister. Madame Yarrow thought that there was no need. Turning her head, she saw that Royal Prince An had indeed given her daughter a valuable gift, but it could not compare to what Royal Prince An had given the Jiao Jiao siblings. This time, there really was no need. Jiyu Jinyu continued to show off. The Crown Princess also gave your daughter a birthday gift. This was something that Jiyu Jinyu was most proud of. However, Madame Yarrow remembered something. When Wu Yang was talking with the matriarch, he seemed to have called out, the Empress Dowager. His voice was a bit soft, so the matriarch did not hear it clearly. Madame Yarrow happened to walk past him and accidentally heard it. She should have heard wrong, right? How could Liulang's grandaunt be the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager had not only personally made a pouch for her daughter, but also personally combed her daughter's hair for her coming-of-age ceremony. Even the princesses of the imperial family did not receive such treatment. I must be overthinking. Madame Yarrow shook her head. Mother, what did you say? Jiyu Jinyu did not hear clearly. Madame Yarrow returned to her senses. Nothing. I was saying that since these are gifts from guests, then you should keep them well. Jiyu Jinyu insisted. How can that be? I want to share them with elder sister. Madame Yarrow was very, very tired. She patted her hand. No need. You can keep them for yourself. She doesn't have many rooms and can't fit them all. Jiyu Jinyu still really wanted to give them to Jiyu Jiaojiao. She wanted Jiyu Jiaojiao to know that even if she was a daughter that had been brought back, she would still have limitless glory. No one could look down on her. Thinking of something, Jiyu Jinyu sighed. The only regret is that eldest brother was at the military camp the entire day and could not come back to attend my coming-of-age ceremony. Madame Yarrow could not bear to tell her that her eldest brother had just gone to Jiaojiao's home. The directorate was not far from Marquisting and Fu. If Jiyu Changqing wanted to, he would definitely be able to rush back to attend Jiyu Jinyu's coming-of-age ceremony. It could only mean that Jiyu Changqing had not truly accepted Jiyu Jinyu in his heart. Madame Yarrow's impression of Jiyu Changqing could not be considered good. He was a person without feelings. In the future, if you have nothing to do, don't go looking for your eldest brother. What's wrong? Jiyu Jinyu asked in confusion. Madame Yarrow held her hand and sincerely said, "Listen to mother. Your eldest brother will not accept us." Oh. Jiyu Jinyu lowered her eyes and complied. She agreed verbally, but the next morning, when she heard that her eldest brother had returned to the manor, she immediately went to wander around Jiyu Changqing's courtyard. Jiyu Changqing had just finished practicing and came out to see her. He coldly asked, "What is it?" "That." Jiyu Jinyu shyly and nervously took out a pouch from behind her back. "Many thanks to eldest brother for the birthday gift. This is my return gift to eldest brother. I made it myself." The birthday gift had been prepared by concubine mother Ling. Jiyu Changqing had long forgotten about it. He did not reach out to take it. Jiyu Jinyu said in a low voice, "I know. I am not father's flesh and blood. I am not worthy to call you eldest brother. I stole the life that should have belonged to eldest sister. If possible, I would rather not have carried the wrong child. The Marquis's manor's glory and wealth are all eldest sisters. I should not have taken the nest for myself." Jiyu Changqing more or less wanted to vent his anger on Jiyu Jinyu, but since she was not Madame Yarrow's flesh and blood, then he had vented his anger on the wrong person all these years. Jiyu Changqing took the pouch. "You are very thoughtful." Eldest brother had actually accepted her gift. Jiyu Jinyu could not believe it and was extremely excited. "Is there anything else?" Jiyu Changqing asked. No. I will go pay respects to grandmother." Jiyu Jinyu suppressed her excitement and respectfully bowed to Jiyu Changqing. She excitedly went to find old Madame Jiyu. The Imperial College examination was on the 27th of October. On the 22nd of October, Feng Lin also arrived in the capital. He first reported to the Imperial College, allocated his dormitory, and inquired about Xiao Liulang's address. Then, he quickly went to find Xiao Liulang. He didn't go alone. There was an acquaintance by his side. The person who opened the door was little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong looked at the person outside the door and exclaimed, "Brother Feng Lin, brother Changye." That's right, Lin Changye was also here. He was also a student of the Imperial College. However, Lin Changye was not admitted to the Imperial College on his own, nor was he recommended by the local county government. He was specially admitted to the Imperial College after the Lin family donated a building to the Imperial College. The two met on the way. Then, Feng Lin and the Lin family entered the capital together. Hearing that Feng Lin was coming to find Xiao Liulang, Lin Changye also expressed that he wanted to visit his little teacher. The two of them were very happy to see little Jing Kong. Feng Lin touched little Jing Kong's buzz cut and said, "I haven't seen you for a few days. You have grown taller." Little Jing Kong's face immediately darkened. He was clearly not. He was gaining weight every day. Lin Changye pinched his little face and said, "You have gained weight." Little Jing Kong's face darkened even more. He was not fat. He was not fat. He did not grow horizontally. Little Jing Kong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The adults in this batch really drove him crazy. For more exciting content. Chapter 129. The novel will be updated faster. Great Aunt Jiaonyang, I'm coming. I missed you so much. Feng Lin shouted as he ran into the yard. Xiao Liulang, who was marking little Jing Kong's homework in the study, suddenly jerked his hand and drew a long ink mark on little Jing Kong's homework. It was a sunny day. The old lady was sitting on a rattan chair in the backyard, basking in the sun leisurely. From time to time, she would grab a handful of sunflower seeds and munch on them. Jiyu Jiao was cooking in the kitchen. Xiao Liulang waited in the study for a long time, but Feng Lin didn't come to find him. The silly boy who was chasing after him. He finally lost him. After greeting the old lady, Feng Lin went to the kitchen to find Jiyu Jiao. He told Jiyu Jiao about his journey. He took the waterway back to Song County and met his old parents. He also met his older sister who was already married and his younger sister who was about to get married. In order to support his education, one of the sisters married a widower and the other married a tea merchant who was over 50 years old. Feng Lin, who was already married, had no choice. Moreover, the widower was good to his sister. His sister was pregnant with his child. The couple lived a good life and was very filial to their parents. My sister's marriage. I broke it off. Feng Lin mumbled. Oh. Jiyu Jiao opened the lid of the pot and added a ladle of water. Feng Lin skillfully added a handful of firewood to the stove. Xiao Liulang, who was watching from outside the door, felt his temples throbbing. Boy, you're even more skilled than me at starting a fire for Jiao Jiao. That tea merchant is not a good person. He's so old and his son is older than me. And his reputation is terrible. I heard that he hit his wife. I don't want my sister to suffer after marrying him, so I returned the betrothal money to him and broke off the marriage. If it was the old Feng Lin, this marriage would definitely be impossible to break off. The tea merchant was in cahoots with the local government. Who could offend him? But Feng Lin had passed. He was already a high scholar. Not only that, he had also obtained a place in the Imperial College and was going to study in the capital. Feng Lin said to the tea merchant, "If you cancel the engagement today, I, Feng Lin, will owe you a favor. Otherwise, when I, Feng Lin, become successful in the future, the first person I will punish will be you." The tea merchant was frightened by Feng Lin's words. After much deliberation, he finally cancelled the engagement. Strictly speaking, I have to thank Liulang. If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't have been able to get in. Feng Lin was well aware of his own capabilities. Like Lin Changye, he was not a gifted student. His grades were all obtained through hard work. Hard work was one aspect of it, but a good teacher was also a very important aspect. When Xiao Liulang was tutoring Lin Changye, Feng Lin had listened to a lot and benefited a lot. There's also the spot for the Imperial College. I didn't expect that Liulang would give it to me. Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to become a top scorer? It's so risky. Feng Lin didn't know that it was Steward Liu who had interfered in the matter of the spot. He thought that Xiao Liulang had directly told the county magistrate to give it to him. Xiao Liulang wanted to give it to him, but with his current status, he couldn't bribe the county magistrate to do it. Fortunately, Steward Liu helped him. Xiao Liulang stood outside the door and glared at Feng Lin fiercely. "Why don't you come and thank me? Can you thank me enough to thank my wife?" Feng Lin was talking non-stop. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Jiyu Xiaoshan and Jiyu Yang went out. Little Jing Kong looked at the hands of the sundial in the courtyard. Usually, they would only go out for an hour, according to little Jing Kong's rules. Today, they were out for more than 15 minutes. Little Jing Kong's obsessive-compulsive disorder was acting up again. He frowned seriously. They had been playing for so long that they didn't have any sense of time. Little Jing Kong decided to find his two playful brothers. He knew where they went. They went to an orchard near the market. It was free to enter, but if they wanted to pick their fruits, they had to buy them by the weight. Their fruits were fresh and not expensive. The grapefruit from a few days ago was quite good. They must have gone to pick grapefruit again. Little Jing Kong went to the grapefruit tree in the orchard. As expected, he saw Jiyu Yang. Jiyu Yang was sitting on a high branch and hugging the trunk in front of him tightly. However, Jiyu Xiaoshan was nowhere to be seen. Little Jing Kong raised his head and looked at Jiyu Yang who was on the branch. "Brother Yang, Why are you on the tree? Jiyu Yang said coldly. Because I'm more powerful. Little Jing Kong didn't have the ability to distinguish sarcasm from irony. He only understood the meaning of the words. But you're obviously not powerful, he said seriously. Jiyu Yang was speechless. Where's brother Xiaoshan? Little Jing Kong asked again. He couldn't climb up, so he went to get a ladder. Jiyu Yang wouldn't admit that he couldn't climb down, so Jiyu Xiaoshan went to get a ladder and a rope to help him climb down. Little Jing Kong said, It's getting late. You should go home. Come down, Jiyu Yang said. I'm not coming down. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips. Why don't you come down? You've already played over time today. I'm going to deduct your time tomorrow. Jiyu Yang stuck his tongue out at Little Jing Kong. Fine, I won't come down. Come up and catch me if you can. Little Jing Kong really couldn't understand brother Jiyu Yang's naughty behavior. He was only 3 years old, but he already didn't climb trees, let alone make funny faces at people. He was a mature child, but brother Jiyu Yang still hadn't grown up. He was still a baby. Don't tell me you don't dare to come down. Little Jing Kong made a bold guess. No, I don't. Jiyu Yang firmly denied. According to Little Jing Kong's strict observation, whenever brother Yang lied, he would look left and right. He wouldn't dare to look at people directly. He was right on all 3 of them. You just don't dare to come down. I don't. You're the one who doesn't dare to come up. Why should I come up? Jiyu Yang choked on her words. Jiyu Xiaoshan went to look for a ladder, but he didn't know where he went. Jiyu Yang's strength was almost used up. He felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. If Jiyu Xiaoshan didn't come up, he was afraid that he would fall down. Just when the atmosphere was awkward and anxious, Jiyu Changqing, who was passing by, heard Little Jing Kong's voice. It wasn't that he deliberately walked in this direction, but this was the only way to get to Marquis Dingan's manor from the military camp. If not, he wouldn't have met Little Jing Kong last time. He heard Little Jing Kong's voice was a little anxious, as if he was arguing with someone. He paused for a moment, then urged his horse to go over. What are you doing? His horse stopped behind Little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong raised his head, his big black eyes lit up. Big brother, it's you. We meet again. En. Jiyu Changqing nodded slightly. Are you arguing with someone? Little Jing Kong sighed. No, it's one of my brothers. He climbed up a tree and can't get down. I'm worried to death. His words were exactly like it's my family's child who doesn't know any better. He climbed up a tree and can't get down. I'm worried to death. Jiyu Changqing felt his eyelids twitch. He was only 3 years old, but he had the heart of a 30-year-old. He raised his head and looked at Jiyu Yang on the tree. Without saying anything, he flew up and carried Jiyu Yang down. Jiyu Yang was already exhausted, so he was easy to carry. Also, Jiyu Yang was very light. Jiyu Changqing almost couldn't feel the weight of the person in his hands. Jiyu Yang's head was spinning. He didn't understand what was happening. When he regained his senses, he was already on the ground. En. He blinked his eyes strangely and looked at the tall and strong man in front of him. He was stunned for a moment. You, who are you? Little Jing Kong explained, his big brother. The big brother who saved me last time and even gave me a bird. Oh. That fierce little eagle was a gift from this big guy. Big brother Yang, what's wrong with your face? Little Jing Kong asked. What? Jiyu Yang touched his face subconsciously. When he touched it, it didn't feel right. Little Jing Kong took out a small mahogany bronze mirror from his pocket and put it in front of Jiyu Yang. See for yourself. Jiyu Yang looked at his red and swollen face in the mirror. He was so scared that he almost fainted. My face, why is it like this? He was going to die. He was going to die. His handsome face was gone. Maybe you were bitten by the insects on the tree. You have to see a doctor quickly, Jiyu Changqing said. He remembered that the little girl was a doctor. He said, go back quickly. Jiyu Yang looked down at his swollen ankle. My ankle. Jiyu Changqing paused and said, I'll send you back. En. Jiyu Yang was stunned. Little Jing Kong nodded and said, thank you, Big brother. You send Big brother Yang back first. I'll wait here for Xiaoshun big brother. Otherwise, I won't be able to find him when I come back later. Jiyu Changqing looked at little Jing Kong and said, can you do it by yourself? Little Jing Kong patted his small chest. Yes, I can. I'm very familiar with this place. I won't get lost. That's good. Jiyu Changqing mounted the horse and reached out his hand to Jiyu Yang. Jiyu Yang was stunned and didn't move. Jiyu Changqing grabbed Jiyu Yang and put him on the saddle in front of him. Then, he held the reins tightly with both hands and held Jiyu Yang in his arms. Jiyu Yang had never been so close to anyone since he could remember, except for Jiyu Jiao. But Jiyu Jiao was his sister. They were fraternal twins and were together before they were born. Jiyu Yang felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to get off the horse, but he couldn't say the words to scold him. He couldn't tell whether he was frightened by the other party's imposing manner or the condition of his feet and face really scared him. Jiyu Yang sat on the saddle like a little quail and tried to distance himself from Jiyu Changqing. But the saddle was only so big. Jiyu Yang's back bumped into Jiyu Changqing's chest from time to time. Jiyu Yang gasped in pain and whispered, is it made of iron? Why is it so hard? The road wasn't long. They soon arrived at their house. Jiyu Changqing dismounted first and then looked at Jiyu Yang with a bitter face. Can you get off? Jiyu Yang used his sleeve to cover his swollen face. It was so ugly. It was so embarrassing. Turn around. I'll get off by myself, he said. Jiyu Changqing didn't move. He just looked at Jiyu Yang coldly. Jiyu Yang's hair stood on end. He stuck half of his head out from behind his sleeve. I told you to turn around. Jiyu Changqing directly carried him down. If this silly boy could get off, he would write his own name upside down. Jiyu Yang roared in his heart, even my own brother didn't carry me like this. Put me down. Jiyu Changqing carried him into the courtyard and put him on a rattan chair. Jiyu Yang was so angry that smoke came out of his head. In the past, he would look good no matter how angry he was. But today, his face was swollen like a pig's head. Now that there was smoke coming out of his head, he looked like a cooked pig's head. He even had a death stare in his eyes. Jiyu Changqing, who was usually reserved, couldn't help but laugh. Jiyu Yang couldn't beat him or scold him. His eyes were like daggers. Jiyu Changqing suddenly narrowed his eyes. He stuck out his finger and flicked Jiyu Yang's forehead. Jiyu Yang was like a baby who couldn't sit still. He fell down. Baby Jiyu was stunned. Jiyu Changqing directly laughed this time. If the people in the barracks saw this scene, they would be scared to death. Jiyu Changqing, who was known as the Iron Face King of Hell, actually knew how to tease a child. He even made himself laugh. There was a saying in the barracks, when the King of Hell laughs, the King of Hell's palace opens. Jiyu Changqing would only laugh when he killed someone. Those who saw him laugh were all dead. Jiyu Yang hummed and turned around. He slapped Jiyu Changqing's butt. Jiyu Changqing went to the orchard and saw little Jing Kong with another 13 or 14-year-old boy. That boy must be Xiaoxian's brother. Jiyu Changqing didn't show up. He rode his horse to the barracks. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Imperial College entrance examination. The preliminary exam was originally on the same day as the Imperial College. However, due to various reasons, the preliminary exam was brought forward by 2 days. It was on the 25th. There were 2 exams. One was arithmetic, and the other was poetry. It sounded simple, but the questions were very difficult. The number of questions was also very large. Xiao Liulang and Jiyu Jiao sent little Jing Kong to the examination hall. Don't be nervous, Xiao Liulang said to the little guy. Little Jing Kong raised his small chin and said, I'm not you. I won't be nervous. Jiyu Jiao squatted down and checked his small bag again, just like how you usually do at home. Pay attention to your writing. There's no need to rush. The reason why she deliberately emphasized this was because little Jing Kong's only shortcoming was that his writing was too slow. Jiyu Jiao was worried that if the number of questions was too large, he would be anxious. Little Jing Kong patted his small chest. Don't worry, Jiao Jiao. My handwriting is already very fast and very good now. Xiao Liulang looked at his arrogant little face and laughed. You're so good. What rank do you plan to get? Little Jing Kong said seriously, I'll definitely get the first place. Most of the children who came to take the exam were 6 to 8 years old. Little Jing Kong was the youngest one. If it wasn't for the exam fee being as high as 1 tael of silver, Jiyu Jiao suspected that they wouldn't even allow such a young child to take the exam. Little Jing Kong took the exam and found his seat. He was the youngest candidate, but he was also the calmest one. The preliminary exam wasn't held in a booth. Instead, dozens of children sat in a large classroom with a large distance between them. When the bell rang, the invigilators in each examination hall began to distribute the exam papers. Little Jing Kong didn't feel any pressure to fill in the first few pages. However, when he reached the last 3 pages, he was dumbfounded. What are all these weird scribbles? They were Qi's folk rhyme, Chen's 5 characters 8 rhyme poems, and Zhao's 7 characters quatrains. They were all questions written in different languages. Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang, who were outside the examination hall, heard the news. When they heard that there was a 3-language exam this year, they felt guilty. They had made a mistake. They forgot to teach little Jing Kong a foreign language. Chapter 130. Strictly speaking, the two of them couldn't be blamed for this. The exam papers of the Imperial College were different every year. Only 1 year had a foreign language exam, and that was 10 years ago. That exam paper had been sold out for a long time, so the people in the study room didn't copy it. Therefore, when Xiao Liulang went to the study room to buy the entrance exam papers of the Imperial College over the years, he didn't buy this one. Little Jing Kong was a very smart kid. He could learn everything that was taught to him seriously. If he didn't pass the exam, it would be the fault of the 2 adults. The examiners did have the intention to make things difficult for the prodigies this time. These prodigies were naturally smarter than ordinary people, so it was inevitable that they would be arrogant and conceited. The examiners wanted to give them a heads-up during the exam and break their spirit. When the examiners started to mark the papers, as expected, the last 3 questions all failed. None of them got all the questions right. The most impressive one was that he wrote a complete 7-character quatrain from the state of Zhao, but he got 3 words wrong. The rest of the examinees only wrote a few words. The examiners were very happy. It seemed that this year's prodigies would be obedient in class. However, when they came to the last exam paper, they couldn't laugh anymore. Who was this? What was written all over it? This kid wrote it blindly, right? An examiner asked. Another examiner faintly felt that something was wrong. I think I've seen this kind of writing somewhere before. The 2 of them invited the most prestigious language teacher of the Imperial College over. After the teacher read it, he couldn't give a definite answer. I have to let my teacher read it. The teacher took little Jing Kong's exam paper to a house in the capital and found an old Sanskrit researcher who was over 70 years old. In the end, more than 10 old Sanskrit researchers concluded that this examinee wrote in Indian. It was said that Indian was a language created by Brahma, the guardian of Buddhism, so it was also called Sanskrit. What did he write? An examiner asked. The teacher said, he wrote a Buddhist sutra. Everyone was speechless. What the fuck? It took them a day to come up with the scripts and 3 days to translate the Buddhist scriptures in Little Jing Kong. For the first time, the examiners of the 10,000-year exam were confused by a student. Examiner 1, I can't give marks. Examiner 2, that's right, he didn't answer the questions according to the requirements. Examiner 3, and the words are written in a way that I can't understand. Examiner 4, is it because he wrote in Sanskrit? Examiner 4 was collectively beaten up. What kind of truth was that? In the end, little Jing Kong entered the Imperial College in 7th place. Little Jing Kong was very upset. For the first time in his life, he tasted defeat. He had boasted in front of his bad brother-in-law that he would definitely get 1st place, but in the end, he only got 7th place. Little Jing Kong did not even have a good meal. It was rare that Jiyu Yang did not take the opportunity to ridicule him. He patted his little shoulder and said, "All right, you're already better than many kids. When I was your age, I couldn't even read a word." Little Jing Kong pondered seriously for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. "Will I be as stupid as you when I grow up?" What? Jiyu Yang was speechless. How could I, a flunky, comfort a straight-A student? On the morning of October 27th, Xiao Liulang also started his entrance exam at the Imperial College. The Imperial College had been suspended for almost 4 years. Most of the original students rushed over to take the exam. There were 3 grades in the Imperial College. After entering the Imperial College, the ranking was not based on age, but on grades. Those with poor grades would enter the Justice Hall, Chongji Hall, and Guangye Hall. This was the first grade, and the semester was 1.5 years. Those with average grades would enter the Cultivation Hall and Sincerity Hall. This was the second grade, and the semester was also 1.5 years. Finally, there was the Easygoing Hall. This was the highest grade in the Imperial College. Unlike the previous 5 halls, which were divided into classes, there was only one class in the Easygoing Hall. The probability of a new student entering the Imperial College was not high. Normally, they could only enter the Easygoing Hall after 3 years in the Imperial College. However, this year, there was a guaranteed spot in the Easygoing Hall. It was Royal Tutor Zhuang's grandson, Royal Prince, and was recognized as a young talent. When he was a hostage in the state of Chen, his talent was well known in the 6 states. Logically speaking, such a talented person could be valued by the imperial court without the need for imperial examinations. However, the Zhuang family had an ancestral rule that all descendants of the Zhuang family had to take the imperial examinations. Over the years, the Zhuang family had produced many talents in the imperial examinations. Of course, there were also some who failed the examinations. The Zhuang family was so powerful that it was normal for them to pass the examinations. However, if they failed the examinations, they would be ridiculed by the public. The Zhuang family did not care about the public's comments. They insisted that all the sons of the Zhuang family were sent to the examination. Royal Prince and did not disappoint. During the provincial examination, he was the top scorer in the capital. As everyone knew, the competition in the capital was the fiercest. Top scorer in the capital was also the rarest. Otherwise, the Imperial College would not have made an exception and guaranteed him entry into the Easygoing Hall. The Imperial College's grading speed was not exaggerated. After the examination on the 27th, the results were released on the morning of the 29th. This year's new students generally performed well. However, some of the older students who had been delayed for a few years due to the closed-door examination were slacking. Studying was like rowing a boat against the current. If you did not improve, you would fall behind. However, not all of the older students were like this. The quality of the Imperial College's teaching was unquestionable. As long as they put in some effort, their results would not be too bad. Unsurprisingly, most of the students who entered the Easygoing Hall were older students. However, when they were sorting out the last set of papers, they found an unfamiliar name. Xiao Liulang? Zheng Xie asked. Where did this student come from? Has there ever been a student called Xiao Liulang in the Imperial College? Could it be a new student? Li Xie asked. Zheng Xie frowned. How could a new student do so well? This result could be ranked among the top in the Easygoing Hall. The 2 Xie officials checked Xiao Liulang's student record and found that he was really a new student. Moreover, he had surpassed the top scorer in the Yuju region in the provincial examination. Li Xie smiled. This is the first time a new student has entered the Easygoing Hall, right? He was inexplicably looking forward to it. Zheng Xie said coldly, don't forget, Princeton is also a new student. This student called Xiao Liulang was just lucky. The title of the new student king will definitely be Prince, and Li Xie did not dare to refute this. Even though Prince and did not participate in the entrance examination, anyone with a discerning eye could see that his talent was above the older students in the Easygoing Hall. If he took the exam, would the first place belong to anyone else? Of course, This new student was also dazzling enough. Li Xie kept an eye on him and looked through his student records and information. Then, he realized something. He can't be the examinee who wrote in favor of removing the vassals and scolded the emperor so badly, right? At the time, the matter was a bit big. All of the invigilators in Yuju were shocked. The main invigilator who was sent to Yuju to preside over the provincial examination was Li Xie's good friend. After he returned to the capital, he told Li Xie about the article in private. Li Xie's eyelids twitched when he heard it. Did that student not want to live? He dared to slander the emperor like that. He did not dare to give too high a score for this test. He was afraid that if the emperor wanted to see it, the emperor would be angry and fall ill. However, he could not stop him from doing too well in the first and third tests. Overall, he still had to understand the Yuan. Therefore, this was a very strong student. He definitely did not enter the easygoing hall by luck. However, Li Xie could not explain so much to Zheng Xie. The Imperial College's examination did not have a ranking. It only showed the students' class. Xiao Liulang entered the easygoing hall. Feng Lin entered the second grade Sincerity Hall. Lin Changye also entered Sincerity Hall. The difference was that Feng Lin was in Class A of Sincerity Hall, while Lin Changye was in Class B. On the other side, Jiyu Yang and Jiyu Xiaoxian's private school was also settled. It was in the Qinghe Academy near the Imperial College. The procedures were completed and they could enter the school next month. Jiyu Jiao made a table full of delicious dishes and called Feng Lin and Lin Changye to the house to celebrate the start of the school year. The capital became cold at the end of October. It was said that the first snow had already fallen on the mountain top of the Hugua Dragon Temple. It would probably snow in the city soon. The silver charcoal that Jiyu Jiao had stockpiled earlier was put to use. She bought a few hand heaters and put the silver charcoal in them. They could be warm for 2 hours. When they came back at noon, she would replace them with new charcoal. Now the price of charcoal had risen again. Fortunately, Jiyu Jiao had the foresight to stockpile enough charcoal and save a lot of money for the family. On the first day of school, little Jing Kong wanted to send them to the Jiaojiao. Jiyu Jiao sent him and Xiao Liulang to the Imperial College. After that, she sent Jiyu Xiaoshan and Jiyu Yang to the Qinghe Academy. When she returned to the house inn by Shui Hutong, the old lady had just woken up and was sitting on a rattan chair in the backyard playing with the baby eagle that Jiyu Changqing sent. This baby eagle was picked up by Jiyu Changqing at the bottom of the cliff. It should have fallen from the cliff not long after it was born. As for whether it fell on its own or was slapped down by its mother's wings, it was unknown. In short, its mother seemed to have forgotten to pick it up. Even so, it did not accept its fate. It stubbornly struggled to stand up. Its small body seemed to hide a great power. A thin little figure quickly appeared in Jiyu Changqing's mind. He brought the baby eagle back and brought it to the Hutong. The people in the Hutong knew nothing about the baby eagle's origin. They only thought that it was a gift from his big brother, just as little Jing Kong said. The baby eagle was very fierce. Whoever fed it in the family would be pecked by it. But the old lady had a unique skill. The old lady opened the chicken coop. Little Jing Kong's 7 chicks swaggered out. They were very brave chicks. And when the sir spoke to her, he didn't seem as scary as usual. What happened to the iron-faced Yama? Jiyu Changqing looked at Jiyu Jiao. You know someone in the military camp? Jiyu Jiao nodded again. Yes, we're from the same village. His family is next door to me. His family asked me to bring him something. Jiyu Changqing asked, what's his name? Who's his subordinate? Jiyu Jiao said, Zhu Huang. His deputy general who's subordinate. Jiyu Changqing said, you came at a bad time. Deputy general who has just been transferred to the Chishan military camp. The Chishan military camp is very far from here. If you go there now, you won't be able to come back at night. Give me the things and I'll bring them over for you tomorrow. Thank you. Jiyu Jiao moved the things down. The soldier was dumbfounded. What was this little girl's background? How could she make the Sir personally run errands for her? Ji Changqing looked at the soldier. Don't you know that Deputy General who is no longer in the military camp? The soldier choked. Ji Changqing's gaze was like a knife. You knew, but you didn't tell her. You even let her leave the things here. I think you want to pocket it for yourself. The soldier's legs went soft. I don't dare. Ji Changqing said coldly. So you don't know? As a sentry, you don't even know that there's such a big transfer in the military camp. That's dereliction of duty. Sir, please have mercy. The soldier fell to his knees. If Ji Changqing had mercy, he wouldn't be the iron-face king of hell. The soldier was finally dragged away and punished with 100 canes. He almost lost half his life. Ji Changqing wasn't helping Ji Jiao vent her anger. He had always been very strict with his subordinates. Ji Jiao handed the things to Ji Changqing and went back in the carriage. Before she left, Ji Jiao asked him to tell Zhu Erzhuang her address. If anything happened to Zhu Erzhuang, he could go to her home to find her. Chapter 131. On the first day of school, Ji Jiao was actually a little worried about Xiao Liulang and little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was too young. Facing a completely unfamiliar environment and a group of prodigies whose intelligence was not inferior to his, Ji Jiao was not sure what kind of reaction he would have in the elementary school. Xiao Liulang was being watched by someone. She was not sure if the other party would do something to make things difficult for Xiao Liulang in the Imperial College. Unexpectedly, after a day, little Jing Kong and Xiao Liulang were fine. Instead, it was Ji Yang's side that was in trouble. The cause of the incident was when Ji Yang and Ji Xiaoshun entered the school. The two had the same foundation and were assigned to the same class. Qinghe Academy was an academy with excellent teachers. Thus, many young masters from aristocratic families would come here to study. Among them were the two young masters of Marquis Ding and Fu, Ji Chengfeng and Ji Chenglin. Qinghe Academy originally had many students from the Imperial College. When the Imperial College reopened, everyone returned to the Imperial College. Qinghe Academy suddenly had many empty spots. Ji Chengfeng and Ji Chenglin both transferred over. However, the two were older than Ji Yang and Ji Xiaoshun. They also studied more than the two, so they were assigned to another class. The two classes happened to face each other. There was a small garden in between. Ji Chenglin was waiting for his second brother in the garden. Coincidentally, Ji Yang walked past him with a bag of books in his arms. Ji Chenglin glanced at Ji Yang and felt that he looked familiar. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before. Then, he heard someone call him, Ji Yang. Ji Chenglin's expression immediately changed. Ji Yang, Ji Yang. Wasn't that sickly younger brother called Ji Yang? No wonder he looked so familiar. He looked like their father. Ji Chenglin knew that Yarosha's twins had also come to the capital. However, they had not returned to the manor and were being raised outside. He did not expect to run into them so quickly. Strange. Didn't the imperial physician say that this sickly child wouldn't live past 15? She was already 15 years old, so how could she still be so lively? Ji Chenglin walked over with a whoosh and blocked Ji Yang's path. Your name is Ji Yang? Ji Yang was only 4 years old when he left the capital. He had long forgotten what his family looked like, so he did not recognize Ji Chenglin. However, this did not prevent Ji Yang from sensing Ji Chenglin's ill intentions. Ji Yang frowned slightly. Who are you? Ji Chenglin rudely poked Ji Yang's shoulder with his finger and rudely said, Boy, I'm asking you a question. You'd better answer honestly. Is your name Ji Yang? Ji Yang was not intimidated by his imposing manner. He looked at him fearlessly. So what if I am? So what if he wasn't? What does it have to do with you? This calm appearance made Ji Chenglin very unhappy. Ji Chenglin originally planned to teach him a lesson if he was his sickly younger brother. If he wasn't, then he would let him go. But now, Ji Chenglin changed his mind. This boy was actually not afraid of him and was even glaring at him. Very good, if he did not teach him a lesson, he would not know who he was. When Jiyu Xiaoshan returned to the classroom after collecting his and Jiyu Yang's books, he found that Jiyu Yang had disappeared. He went to the latrine to look for Jiyu Yang but did not see any trace of him. Jiyu Xiaoshan wanted to ask his classmates, but they all entered the school on the same day and did not know each other. Jiyu Xiaoshan scratched his head. Could it be that he went back first? That's impossible. He said he would wait for me. Jiyu Xiaoshan thought of Jiyu Yang's heart disease. He secretly guessed that Jiyu Yang might have fainted somewhere because of his heart disease. Hey, I just saw your brother go to the back door. Jiyu Xiaoshan was anxious and angry. A shabbily dressed scholar cautiously stopped him. The scholar did not dare to say that Jiyu Yang was taken away by the nobleman from the opposite class. He was afraid of getting into trouble. He only reminded him, hurry up and look for him. Don't tell anyone that I told you. Hey, thank you, brother. Jiyu Xiaoshan did not think much. He patted the scholar's shoulder and strode to the back door of the academy. At this time, Jiyu Yang had already been dragged into the woodshed at the back door of the academy by Jiyu Chenglin and a few of his bad friends. No one usually came to this woodshed. Jiyu Chenglin had people tie Jiyu Yang up and gagged him with a cloth. He locked him in the dark woodshed. Jiyu Yang was locked in a small dark room by his own brother. The fear of childhood welled up in his heart. When he was 4 years old, he was also locked in a dark and narrow room. He cried and screamed at the top of his lungs. In the end, he could not even cry. That kind of fear and despair was something that he could not forget no matter how many years passed. Jiyu Yang fell on the dirty and cold floor. He only felt that there was an invisible hand in the darkness pressing down on his chest. He began to gasp for breath. The secret guard that the old Marquis gave him was sent to do something else. He was not by his side. If not, Jiyu Changqing would have guessed his identity from the old Marquis's secret guard. Jiyu Chenglin and the others had already left. It was as if no one had ever come here. Jiyu Yang let out a desperate cry. Unfortunately, no one could hear his voice. Jiyu Xiaoshan was anxious and angry. Oh, where did Jiyu Yang go? Jiyu Yang. Jiyu Yang. Jiyu Yang heard Jiyu Xiaoshan's cry. He struggled, but he could not let Jiyu Xiaoshan hear him. Jiyu Xiaoshan's voice was further away. Jiyu Yang was desperate. He struggled on the ground, trying to move to the door. But his heart suddenly hurt violently. His heart disease was acting up. He had the medicine that his sister gave him, but he could not get it. Jiyu Jiao sat in the carriage. She suddenly felt her heart hurt. Please hurry up, she urged the coachman. Okay. The driver sped up. But the thing that Jiyu Jiao did not want to see the most happened. The crown princess is out. Everyone, please leave. The entire street was filled with imperial guards who were holding wooden boards to avoid the carriage. The carriage's path was immediately blocked. Jiyu Yang felt like he was going to die. He lay on his side on the ground. His hands and feet were tied. He struggled until he lost all his strength. He looked fearfully into the darkness and choked, "Sister, I'm in so much pain." On the way back to the classroom, one of Jiyu Chenglin's friends asked, "Second young master Jiyu, will something happen to that boy?" Jiyu Chenglin did not care and said, "What can happen? Can't you see that he's alive and kicking? I'm just locking him up for a few hours to teach him a lesson. Let's see if he dares to glare at me the next time he sees me." That's true. The few of them laughed as they escorted Jiyu Chenglin back to the classroom. Jiyu Yang's breath became weaker and weaker. He could not even feel the pain anymore. He knew that he could not fall asleep. Otherwise, he might never wake up again. But he was too tired. He could not hold on any longer. Clang, before he lost his last bit of consciousness, the door was kicked open. A glaring light suddenly shone in. Jiyu Yang opened his eyes and saw a tall and powerful man. He stood in front of him against the light like a god. Jiyu Changqing broke the ropes that tied his hands and feet with his bare hands. He bent down and carried him out of the room. Jiyu Yang leaned into the other person's arms. He was a little dazed. He grabbed the other person's clothes as if he was grabbing onto his last life-saving straw. He opened his mouth. Jiyu Changqing lowered his head. What did you say? Jiyu Yang said weakly, medicine. Jiyu Changqing put Jiyu Yang down and began to look for medicine on him. After a while, he found a small porcelain bottle. He poured out 2 pills and fed them into Jiyu Yang's mouth. Jiyu Changqing took off the water pouch from the saddle and fed Jiyu Yang some water. Jiyu Yang's face was not so pale. His heart did not hurt as much, but he was still very weak. He did not even have the strength to speak. Jiyu Yang recognized him. He raised his hand and grabbed his clothes. He only used 2 thin fingers to grab a little, like a weak and wronged cat. Jiyu Changqing sighed helplessly. I'll take you home first. Jiyu Changqing happened to pass by and heard a weak whimper. At first, he thought it was a cat. Later, he felt that something was wrong, so he jumped over the wall and came to the woodshed. He was a martial artist. His hearing was excellent. If it were someone else, they would not have been able to hear Jiyu Yang's movements. Jiyu Yang sat on Jiyu Changqing's horse again. Last time, he still had the strength to keep a distance from him. This time, it was all over. He was like a snail without a shell. He leaned weakly on Jiyu Changqing's chest. Jiyu Yang still felt that his chest was very hard, but it was also very warm. Jiyu Yang suddenly felt a trace of stability and peace of mind. This was the first time Jiyu Yang had this kind of feeling from someone other than Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Yang did not have the strength. To prevent him from falling, Jiyu Changqing held the reins with one hand and held his waist with the other. The strength in his arms was different from that of Jiao Jiao. It was the masculine strength that only belonged to men. When Jiyu Changqing sent Jiyu Yang home, Jiyu Yang was already asleep. Jiyu Jiao just arrived at the door and bumped into the two. Jiyu Jiao looked at Jiyu Yang. Her eyes suddenly became cold. Jiyu Yang's breath had stabilized. But his clothes were dirty and his face was scratched. It was obvious that something bad had happened. Jiyu Changqing said, I found him in the academy's woodshed. You can ask him the details when he wakes up. Jiyu Jiao took Jiyu Yang and thanked Jiyu Changqing. Thank you. Jiyu Changqing sat on the horse and said expressionlessly, You also saved me. We're even. Jiyu Jiao did not say anything. She carried the sleeping Jiyu Yang back to the house. When old Madame Fu saw her baby Yang in this state, she was so angry that her hair stood on end. Which bastard did this? She had never guessed that it was Jiyu Yang who had fallen down by herself. Jiyu Yang was not so careless. Moreover, there would not be bruises on his wrists from falling. Jiyu Jiao took out her stethoscope and listened to Jiyu Yang's heartbeat. Then she found Jiyu Yang's small medicine bottle. She put 2 emergency pills in it, just enough for 1 dose. Now that the medicine was gone, it meant that his heart disease had acted up. Fortunately, he took the medicine in time. Otherwise, he would be looking at a cold corpse now. Jiyu Xiaoshun did not find Jiyu Yang in the academy. He asked for leave from the headmaster and ran home to look for Jiyu Yang, only to find that Jiyu Yang was injured. How did this happen? He asked. I just went to get a book. Jiyu Jiao said, Go back to the academy for class first and ask for leave for Jiyu Yang. Oh. Jiyu Xiaoshun did not dare to disobey his sister. He went back to the academy. Jiyu Jiao did not go anywhere. She sat by the bed and waited for Jiyu Yang to wake up. Who did this? Jiyu Jiao asked. Jiyu Yang lowered his eyes and clenched his fists. Jiyu Jiao was his sister, so she could empathize with his emotions. You know each other? An acquaintance. Jiyu Yang's eyes dimmed. Not just an acquaintance. It was someone who was related to him by blood. Jiyu Yang did not recognize Jiyu Chenglin at first, but when he was locked in the small dark room, a familiar feeling of fear came to his heart. Jiyu Chenglin locked him up like this when he was young. He also heard the people outside call him Second Young Master Jiyu. He was almost certain that he was Jiyu Chenglin. However, Jiyu Chenglin was in a good mood after teaching Jiyu Yang a lesson. He was even more energetic in class. On the way back to the residence, Jiyu Chenglin and his second brother, Jiyu Chengfeng, talked about Jiyu Yang. What did you say? Madame Yarrow's son is also in our academy. Jiyu Chengfeng was very surprised. It should be him. Jiyu Chenglin said. Jiyu Chengfeng frowned. What do you mean by should be? Yes means yes, no means no. Jiyu Chenglin thought for a moment and said, isn't that sickly child not going to live past 15? He's already 15. Even if he doesn't die, he should be dying soon. But that Jiyu Yang doesn't look like he's dying. Jiyu Chengfeng said, maybe it's someone with the same name. Then why did you lock him up? Jiyu Chenglin snorted coldly. Who told him to glare at me? You. Jiyu Chengfeng didn't know what to say. Jiyu Chenglin chuckled. Second brother, do you hope that he's that sickly child, or do you hope that he's not? Jiyu Chengfeng said, is it up to me to hope? If he's that sickly child, you'll kill him by locking him up like this. Jiyu Chengfeng felt guilty. That can't be. Jiyu Chengfeng glanced at him. Don't you remember when you locked him up when he was young? He almost died. Father was so angry that big brother and I got beaten up together with you. Jiyu Chenglin pursed his lips. You say it like you didn't beat him up. When Jiyu Yang was still living in the residence, Jiyu Chengfeng and Jiyu Chenglin were the main forces who bullied Jiyu Yang. Although Jiyu Changqing also hated Jiyu Yang, he didn't bully people younger than him. He usually targeted Madame Yarrow directly. Chapter 132. Jiyu Chenglin wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but he didn't dare to really kill him. He hurriedly asked the coachman to drive the carriage back to the academy, and sneaked into the woodshed from the back door to take a look. There were signs of a struggle in the woodshed, and there were even a few drops of blood on the ground. The rope was broken, and it didn't look like it was cut by a sharp weapon, but more like it was torn apart by someone. Jiyu Chenglin held the rope and said to Jiyu Chengfeng, second brother, look, that kid still has the strength to break the rope. I told you he's fine. Jiyu Chengfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. It's best that he didn't die. Whether he's that Jiyu Yang or not, don't casually find trouble with him in the future. You're not a child anymore, don't be as willful as before. If big brother finds out, he'll punish you again. I know, if you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who dares to tell big brother? Does he dare? Jiyu Chenglin glared at the coachman. The coachman hurriedly lowered his head. I don't dare. Jiyu Chenglin smiled proudly. All right, second brother, let's go back. Don't let it slip. Jiyu Chengfeng shook his head and sighed, and sat on the carriage back to the residence with his younger brother. The two of them thought that this matter was over, but early the next morning, Jiyu Chenglin felt a chill on the back of his head. He choked on cold water and even fell while walking. He said sullenly, what luck. The two of them entered the academy together. Jiyu Chengfeng was slightly more studious than Jiyu Chenglin, and went to the teacher to hand in his homework first. Jiyu Chenglin looked like he was idle, and couldn't sit still as if there were nails on the stool. He went to the latrine. Just as he walked to the latrine, one of his friends from yesterday came over. That person's face was still injured, and his eyes were full of fear. Third young master Jiyu, someone is looking for you. Who's looking for me? Jiyu Chenglin glanced at him. Did you fight with someone? That person smiled awkwardly. It's good that it was a fight. He was simply being pushed to the ground and rubbed against by someone. Jiyu Chenglin relied on his awe-inspiring elder brother to do whatever he wanted in all the major academies. No one dared to provoke him, so he naturally did not think that fighting with others was scary. At most, he would call a few more people and beat the other party up. Jiyu Chenglin wanted to see who was so arrogant as to trouble him to meet him personally. That person brought Jiyu Chenglin to the woodshed where they had locked up Jiyu Yang yesterday. Outside the woodshed, there were already people kneeling on the ground. They were all Jiyu Chenglin's friends who had been at the crime scene yesterday. Everyone stared at the bird's nest head with a swollen nose and swollen face. His head was crooked and his mouth was slanted. His whole body trembled. Jiyu Chenglin's first reaction was confusion. His second reaction was anger. These were all his people. It didn't matter if he hit them, but if others hit them, it meant that they didn't give him, Jiyu Chenglin, face. Who did it? He roared. Everyone wanted to say something but stopped. They looked at him sympathetically and lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Although they usually called each other brothers and went through fire and water together, that was under the premise that their lives were not in danger. Now that their lives were about to be lost, third young master Jiyu, you're on your own now. Jiyu Chenglin rolled up his sleeves and said arrogantly, which coward is it? You don't have the guts to come out and see me, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a white hand reached out from the woodshed and grabbed Jiyu Chenglin's collar. She dragged him in without any hesitation. Jiyu Chenglin didn't even have time to scream before he heard the door close with a bang. You know that I'm your if you hit me again, I'll woo. Jiyu Chenglin's initial clamor gradually turned into a whimper for mercy. However, no matter how much he begged, Jiyu Jiao did not let him go. When Jiyu Yang was so helpless, did this guy let Jiyu Yang go? Jiyu Yang, who didn't cause any trouble, was bullied by him. How could he, who had no reason to cause trouble, be let off? Jiyu Chenglin was beaten until he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The group of scoundrels outside could feel the pain just by hearing it. They originally thought that they were pitiful, but after seeing what happened to Jiyu Chenglin, they realized that the girl had gone easy on them. Why aren't you calling for help? Jiyu Chenglin roared. Calling for help? Who would dare? This girl could smash their heads with one punch. Jiyu Jiao beat Jiyu Chenglin until he couldn't even recognize his own father. Then, she lifted his chin with a cold stick, forcing him to look into her cold eyes in the dark. In the future, do you still dare to touch my little brother? What little brother? Jiyu Chenglin's brain was about to explode. It took him a while to realize who Jiyu Jiao was referring to. His hair stood on end. You're that guy's sister? His name was also Jiyu Yang, and he also had an older sister. This time, he couldn't be mistaken, right? That guy was the bastard child of his father and the Yarrow family. This detestable brat was also the same. My little brother almost died. You'd better experience it for yourself. Jiyu Jiao pressed the wooden stick against his throat. He was pressed down until he couldn't breathe. I didn't want to kill him. Jiyu Chenglin swore that he only wanted to teach Jiyu Yang a lesson. Who knew that he really almost died? Jiyu Jiao didn't care about this. Her little brother almost died, so he also wanted to go to hell. Jiyu Chenglin didn't go to the classroom after class. Jiyu Chengfeng searched for him for a long time but couldn't find him. He thought of the small woodshed where Jiyu Chenglin locked up Jiyu Yang and ran there to take a look. Sure enough, he found Jiyu Chenglin tied up and covered in bruises. Third brother, third brother, third brother. Jiyu Chenglin's dull eyes finally focused. He hugged Jiyu Chengfeng. Second brother, second brother, second brother. His whole body trembled so much that it scared Jiyu Chengfeng. You. What happened to you? Who dares to bully you? Consort Shu was their aunt, the fifth prince was their cousin, and they even had an iron-faced Yama who was a commandant in the military camp. Just based on this identity, no one dared to bully them in a small place like Qinghe Academy. But the scene in front of him was all real. Jiyu Chengfeng had never seen Jiyu Chenglin so scared. Jiyu Chenglin trembled for a long time before he found his voice again. It's that bastard. His Jiyu Yang. He actually dared to let people beat me. I want to go back and tell Big Brother. Let Big Brother teach him a lesson. Jiyu Chengfeng was puzzled. He has the guts. But, you were the one who locked him up first. Even if you tell Big Brother may not stand up for you. Jiyu Chenglin felt wronged. What's wrong with me locking him up? He's the son of that vixen. He deserves to be locked up. And I only locked him up. I didn't beat him up. Look at how his sister beat me up. Jiyu Chengfeng looked at his little brother carefully. He was really pitiful. His sister. The girl who grew up in the countryside. Other than her, does he have another sister? The light in the small woodshed was too dim. Jiyu Chenglin actually didn't see Jiyu Jiao's face clearly, but he heard that Jiyu Jiao's voice was very young, about the same age as Jiyu Jinyu. She should be Jiyu Yang's twin sister. Jiyu Chengfeng was puzzled. Wasn't there a rumor in the manor that the girl grew up in the countryside, was timid and afraid of trouble, and didn't even dare to return to the manor? She actually had the guts to beat Jiyu Chengfeng up. Doesn't she know who you are? Jiyu Chengfeng asked. How would I know if she knows? Jiyu Chenglin was beaten black and blue. How could he remember to ask her? What about your friends? Jiyu Chengfeng asked again. Jiyu Chenglin choked. Second brother, don't mention them. A bunch of useless trash. They can't even beat a country girl. Jiyu Chengfeng gasped. He knew his younger brother's bad friends. A few of them had some skills. How could they lose to a girl? No matter what, the other party must have beaten Jiyu Chenglin until he was scared. Otherwise, Jiyu Chenglin wouldn't really think of using his elder brother to support him. Jiyu Chengfeng also felt that the other party had gone too far. If she really wanted to get back at him, she could have just locked Jiyu Chenglin up. Why did she have to hurt him? Jiyu Chengfeng thought for a while and said, but if my elder brother knows that you locked someone else up first, he will definitely punish you first. Jiyu Chenglin clenched his fists. Let me think about how to tell my elder brother. He was scared of being beaten up by that girl. If his elder brother didn't stand up for him, he was afraid that he wouldn't dare to go to Qinghe Academy for the rest of his life. Jiyu Changqing still didn't know that his younger brother had made up his mind to sue Jiyu Yang. He went to the Mount Qi barracks during the day and delivered the things that Jiyu Jiao gave him to Zhu Erzhuang. He wasn't from the Mount Qi barracks and had little contact with them. Everyone was puzzled as to why he came. When they found out that he was delivering things to a small squad leader, they couldn't help but feel surprised. Deputy General Hu called Zhu Erzhuang to his tent. How do you know Jiyu? Zhu Erzhuang expressed that he didn't know him. Deputy General Hu frowned. You don't know what he gave you personally? Do you know how long it takes to come here from the Mount Qi barracks? Zhu Erzhuang was confused. I really don't know him. Deputy General Hu saw that Zhu Erzhuang didn't seem to be lying, but Jiyu wouldn't run errands for a small squad leader for no reason. If Zhu Erzhuang didn't have a background, then the person who asked Jiyu to run errands had a background. Zhu Erzhuang suddenly said, oh, my neighbor in the countryside is quite good at studying. This time, he passed the autumn imperial examination and came to the imperial college to study. My sister-in-law asked them to deliver the things to me. So, that student from the imperial college got to know Jiyu? Although Deputy General Hu's official position was higher than that of a military officer, he was already 40 years old. How old was Jiyu Changqing? Moreover, what was his background? What was Jiyu Changqing's background? Deputy General Hu cleared his throat and said to Zhu Erzhuang, in a few days, we will be selecting a squad leader. Do your best. This meant that he was going to promote Zhu Erzhuang. Zhu Erzhuang's name sounded stupid, but he wasn't stupid. He understood tacitly and said, rest assured, General Hu. I will do my best. Okay, you can go now. After Jiyu Changqing left the barracks, he rushed back without stopping. When he passed by Chang'an Main Street, he subconsciously slowed down. In the past, he would take another alley, but today, he took by Shui Alley. The sky was already dark, and the autumn wind was bleak. Every family hung up lanterns. Jiyu Jiao was busy cooking in the kitchen, and Xiao Liulang was in the study correcting little Jing Kong's homework. Chapter 133. Jiyu Changqing hoped that it wasn't what he thought. Did she not only beat you, but also tied you up and locked you in the firewood room, not letting you out? Jiyu Chenglin was startled. Big brother, how did you know? Jiyu Changqing clenched his fists. He suppressed his boiling anger and asked, was the one who beat you a little girl? Jiyu Chenglin was even more dumbfounded. No way, his big brother was so amazing. He could even tell that the injuries on his body were caused by a woman. At this point, what didn't Ji Changqing understand? He had guessed correctly. It was this brat who had bullied the other person's little brother first, so the other person had come to return the favor. And this brat still dared to shamelessly say that he was innocent. How did the Marquis estate raise a piece of trash like you? Ji Changqing finished speaking and casually tidied him up. Ji Chenglin was simply dumbfounded. What was going on? How did he get beaten again? Ji Chenglin, who had been beaten up, didn't realize that he had been exposed. He continued to act. Big brother, what are you doing? I was beaten because I didn't have the ability. But who told grandfather to only teach you martial arts and not me and second brother? Otherwise, I could beat them back myself. Why would I look for you? Speaking of this, Ji Changqing was even angrier. Was it because grandfather didn't teach them martial arts? It was because they couldn't endure that hardship. In the past, Ji Changqing also felt that grandfather's requirements were too strict. He could do it because he had no other choice. He was the eldest grandson of the Marquis estate. He shouldered the fate of the Marquis estate. His two little brothers didn't have to work so hard. But today, he saw that child in the courtyard. He was only 3 or 4 years old, but he trained harder than he did when he was young. That child didn't make a sound. No one even forced him. With this comparison, Ji Changqing felt that he really was someone else's little brother. Ji Changqing looked at Ji Chenglin, his last trace of sympathy gone. Go kneel in the study. Ji Chenglin suspected that he had misheard. Big brother, what did you say? Ji Changqing said coldly, I told you to kneel in the study room. Ji Chenglin exploded. Why do you want me to kneel? I've already been beaten up to this extent, and you're still punishing me? Are you really my big brother? Ji Changqing looked at his younger brother, who not only did not repent, but also spoke arrogantly. For a moment, anger rose in his heart. When her mother passed away, her 2 younger brothers were still very young. Because they pitied them, the whole residence spoiled them, especially Ji Chenglin, who was almost spoiled beyond recognition. Over the past few years, Ji Chengfeng had slowly restrained himself. Only Ji Chenglin was still as naughty and mischievous as when he was a child. However, he was no longer a real child, and no one would easily forgive him for his mistakes. It's because I'm your big brother that I have to discipline you. Do you want to go to the study yourself, or do you want me to drag you to the study? Ji Chengfeng had been eavesdropping outside for a while. Seeing that his big brother was about to get serious, he hurriedly walked in. Big brother, third brother, stop arguing. When Ji Chenglin saw Ji Chengfeng, he suddenly felt wronged. Of his 2 brothers, it was obvious that his second brother was closer to him. Big brother always had endless books to study and endless martial arts to practice. Only his second brother was truly by his side. He said, second brother, be the judge. Big brother wants to punish me. Ji Chengfeng whispered, don't talk so much. When Big brother was punishing third brother, he had already guessed what Big brother had guessed. He had long felt that this method was not reliable. If Big brother was so easy to fool, he would not have earned the title of Iron Face King of Hell in the military camp. Ji Chengfeng desperately tried to signal third brother with his eyes. However, Ji Chenglin was in a fit of anger and could not see anything. Big brother, you're punishing me for a wild brat. You'll regret it. What are you going to say? Do you know who he is? The last sentence was covered by Ji Chengfeng's hand in time, and he could not say the correct pronunciation. Ji Chengfeng was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Was third brother planning to expose Ji Yang's identity? If he told Big brother that he had already recognized that brat as Ji Yang, it would be no different from proving that he was the one who started it. Moreover, the whole family knew that Ji Yang had a heart condition. Wasn't locking him up in a small dark room the same as asking for his life? This wasn't bullying, this was murder. Even if Ji Chenglin did not want to kill at that time, could Ji Chenglin explain himself clearly? Would Big brother believe him? Big brother punishing you is for your own good. Look at you, You caused trouble and still came home to speak rudely to Big Brother. Jiyu Chengfeng glared at Jiyu Chenglin, giving him 10,000 signals with his eyes. Jiyu Chenglin understood this time and did not say anything. Jiyu Chengfeng secretly sighed and said to Jiyu Changqing, Big Brother, third brother did cause trouble and deserves to be punished. However, look at how badly he is injured. He has already been taught a lesson. If he is punished to kneel again, he won't be able to take it. Let him recover first. Big Brother was strict, but he still loved third brother very much. Jiyu Chengfeng secretly made a reassuring gesture to Jiyu Chenglin. Unexpectedly, before he could finish the gesture, a quarrel broke out outside the courtyard. A manservant rushed in with a hurried expression. Third young master. Not good. Madam is here. She wants to see you. We can't stop her anymore. Jiyu Changqing's impression of Madame Yarrow was correct. Madame Yarrow had always been a weak woman, but now, the servants in the courtyard could not stop her. It was as if she had gone crazy and barged in. She arrived in front of Jiyu Chenglin's bed and ignored Jiyu Chengfeng and Jiyu Changqing in the room. She raised her hand and gave Jiyu Chenglin a resounding slap. Jiyu Chenglin was stunned by the slap. This was much more shocking than being beaten by Jiyu Jiao. His understanding of Jiyu Jiao was limited to the rumors of the servants. In the end, he had no idea what kind of person Jiyu Jiao was. But he understood Madame Yarrow too well. Madame Yarrow was easy to bully. Otherwise, she would not have brought Jiyu Yang to live in the farmstead. Don't talk about hitting him, Madame Yarrow did not even dare to scold him. Jiyu Chenglin stared at Madame Yarrow in disbelief. Madame Yarrow's eyes were too frightening. It was as if she wanted to skin Jiyu Chenglin alive. Jiyu Chenglin actually felt a trace of fear. Jiyu Changqing's shock was no less than his two younger brothers. He had seen Madame Yarrow smile like a child, and now he saw Madame Yarrow. He suddenly felt that he had never truly understood this stepmother of his. Why did you hit him? Jiyu Changqing asked. Madame Yarrow sneered, her eyes filled with tears. Why did I hit him? As the big brother, do you not know? It doesn't matter how you target me, but why did you bully my Yang? It wasn't easy for him. It wasn't easy for him to live until today. Madame Yarrow had just gone to her daughter's place and found out that her son had been bullied. Neither of them were willing to tell her. She secretly asked Jiyu Xiaoshan and begged Jiyu Xiaoshan before Jiyu Xiaoshan told her. Jiyu Xiaoshan actually did not know much. He did not know who had saved Jiyu Yang. He only knew that Jiyu Yang had been in danger at the time and had almost lost his life. It had been done by someone called Jiyu Chenglin. Jiyu Jiao had also asked him what Jiyu Chenglin looked like and which class he was from. Madame Yarrow's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She could not imagine her own son being tied up and locked in the woodshed, struggling until his hands were covered in blood. She was a mother. Her heart would hurt. Madame Yarrow's tears fell down in large droplets. You don't have to acknowledge him as your younger brother. You can just treat him as a completely unrelated stranger. He has his older sister. He will not come back to fight with you. He has already hidden so far away. Why can't you let him go? Towards the end, Madame Yarrow was practically shouting herself hoarse. When you bullied him when he was young, I took into account that you were children. But you are not children now. Why do you still treat him like you did in the past? Don't you know that he has a heart condition? Must you kill him before you are willing to let him go? Why? Just because you hate me? What did I do wrong? I have never harmed your mother. I have never wanted to take away your father. Your mother's death has nothing to do with me. Why must you place these debts on my head? Madame Yarrow had never defended herself against the rumors in the outside world. She had always silently endured them. However, today, when she learned that her son had almost died at the hands of his half-brother, Madame Yarrow could no longer control herself. The emotions that she had accumulated over the past 10 years completely exploded at this moment. She no longer had her usual demeanor. She was like a crazy woman who could fight with her life at any moment. In the end, she was just a mother. A mother who had been separated from her daughter for more than 10 years and bitterly held on to this day by her sick son. Nothing could happen to her child. That would be taking her life. If one had to die before she could stop, then she would do it. She would kill Jiyu Chenglin. She would take him down with her. Madam. Jiyu Changqing grabbed Madame Yarrow's wrist and said to Madame Yarrow, "You're tired. Go back to your courtyard to rest first. I will properly discipline third brother here. Someone come. Send Madam back." He gave the order. The ones that came were not rough grannies, but hidden guards. The hidden guard grabbed Madame Yarrow's arm. "Don't hurt her," Jiyu Changqing said. "Yes." The hidden guard complied. No matter how irrational Madame Yarrow was, she knew that she could not beat a hidden guard. She turned around in a daze and allowed the hidden guard to take her soulless body out. Jiyu Changqing put away the dagger that he had taken out from Madame Yarrow's sleeve. He turned his head and coldly looked at Jiyu Chenglin. Jiyu Chenglin's heart skipped a beat. "Big brother, listen to my explanation. I recognized him. But I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't want to kill him. I thought it wasn't him. Jiyu Chengfeng facepalmed. It was over. The thing he was most worried about had happened. He really could not explain it clearly. Chapter 134. Jiyu Chengfeng wanted to explain for his younger brother, but his elder brother's aura had completely cooled down. He was so scared that he couldn't speak coherently. At this moment, he really did blame Yarosha. Why did her normally bullied appearance suddenly disappear just like that? With her making such a fuss, he couldn't cover up anything. What didn't have became something? "Big brother." Jiyu Chengfeng began. "You shut up." Jiyu Changqing coldly shouted and turned to look at Jiyu Chenglin. "Go to the ancestral hall and kneel for me. Without my orders, you're not allowed to get up." "Big brother." Jiyu Chenglin's expression changed. Just now, he was just telling him to kneel in the study. Now he was going to the ancestral hall? The ancestral hall enshrined the ancestral tablets. Normally, only those who committed unforgivable mistakes would go there as punishment. Jiyu Chenglin refused. "I'm not going to the ancestral hall. You have to go even if you don't want to." As soon as Jiyu Changqing's voice fell, he directly grabbed Jiyu Chenglin's collar. Jiyu Chenglin had already been beaten up quite badly by Jiyu Jiao. With his elder brother grabbing him like this, he felt that his neck almost fell off. Jiyu Changqing threw him into the ancestral hall of the Marquis Fu and left 2 guards to guard. "You're not allowed to give him food or water." Jiyu Chengfeng grabbed his elder brother's arm. "Big brother, third brother's injuries are not light. Punishing him like this, aren't you afraid that he'll be bitterly disappointed?" Jiyu Changqing coldly said, "If he's bitterly disappointed, won't others be bitterly disappointed?" Jiyu Chengfeng argued, "That brat is an outsider. Are you going to punish your own brother for an outsider? Did you forget that before mother died, she asked you to take care of me and third brother? You swore in front of mother's bed that you would not allow anyone to bully us. But look, what did you do?" Jiyu Changqing looked at him deeply. "You also go and kneel." Jiyu Chengfeng was stunned. After Jiyu Changqing locked his 2 younger brothers in the ancestral hall, he turned around and returned to the courtyard. In the meantime, Jiyu Chengfeng and Jiyu Chenglin's manservants came to deliver food to the 2 of them, but they were all stopped by the guards at the door. The servants had no choice but to seek help from Pine Crane Academy. "What did you say? Lin and Feng have been locked up in the ancestral hall?" Old Madame Jiyu had just asked someone to remove the headband and was about to rest when she heard the news. She quickly asked the servant to comb her hair again. Jiyu Chenglin's personal servant said with a long face, "That's right, old madam." The 2 young masters have been locked up. Third young master is still injured. I'm afraid he'll lose his life if he's locked up for a night without eating or drinking. Old Madame Jiyu was furious. She hurriedly asked Nanny Cai, her subordinate, to go to the ancestral hall to bring her out. Not long after, Granny Cai came to report, "Old Madam, the two guards said that they can't release her without the heir's order. This is outrageous." Old Madam Gu slammed the table and said to Nanny Cai, "Where is the heir? Call him here. The heir just went out. He's not in the residence." Nanny Cai said. Old Madam Gu thought of her precious grandson and felt pain and anger in her heart. Among the three grandsons, the old Duke valued his eldest grandson the most, but old Madam Gu doted on her youngest grandson the most. Gu Chenglin's unruly personality was mostly due to old Madam Gu's indulgence. "I'll go there personally." The Duke's residence occupied a large area. It took a quarter of an hour to walk from Pine Crane Academy to the ancestral hall. Old Madam Gu couldn't wait to walk there slowly and asked the servants to prepare a slide pole. When she arrived at the entrance of the ancestral hall, the two guards on duty bowed to her. "Old Madam." Old Madam Gu held Nanny Cai's arm with one hand and pointed at their noses with the other. "You still recognize me? I thought you were the ones in charge of the Duke's residence. Hurry up and release second young master and third young master." The two guards didn't move. Old Madam Gu's eyes were like torches. "What? Are my words useless now?" One of the guards said, "This is the heir's order. We dare not disobey. I'm his grandmother." Old Madam Gu was so angry that she leaned back and asked the servant beside her, "Where's the Duke?" The servant said, "The Duke is not in the residence either." Duke Gu had left the imperial court for so long, and his official business had piled up like a mountain. He had been busy dealing with it these few days. Old Madam Gu felt her liver hurt from anger. "Then can I go in and see them?" The heir had only said that no one was allowed to send food or drinks, but he didn't say that no one was allowed to visit. The two made way for Old Madam Gu. Old Madam Gu entered the ancestral hall in a hurry. Gu Chengfeng was kneeling on the mat obediently. Gu Chenglin was too badly injured to kneel. He was half lying on the ground, looking as miserable as one could imagine. Old Madam Gu's heart throbbed in pain. She rushed over and knelt on the mat to hug her precious grandson. "Lin, what happened to you? Who hurt you like this?" When Gu Chenglin saw Old Madam Gu, tears welled up in his eyes. "Grandmother, you have to seek justice for your grandson." Gu Chenglin told Old Madam Gu about his painful experience. He knew that his grandmother doted on him and believed everything he said. Thus, he spoke without thinking about logic. "I didn't touch him. I didn't touch him at all." He recognized me as his third brother and hated me for bullying him when he was young, so he asked his older sister to beat me up. That girl grew up in the countryside and farmed a lot. She was so strong that she didn't know how to control her strength. I took into account that she was my younger sister, so I didn't hit her. Grandmother. In the end, eldest brother punished me. Eldest brother didn't believe me. Grandmother. Gu Chenglin's tears and snot were all over his face as he cried miserably. Old Madam Gu's heart was broken. She said to the guards outside, "If you don't let me take them out today, I'll die here." The guards were in a difficult position. They couldn't disobey the heir's orders, but they couldn't let anything happen to Old Madam Gu here. Fortunately, Gu Changqing only went to deal with a small matter and returned home quickly. After hearing the news, he went to the ancestral hall. Old Madam Gu actually valued her eldest grandson, but she needed to maintain the relationship between people. Gu Changqing trained with the old duke all year round and wasn't always by Old Madam Gu's side. He didn't act like a spoiled child like his younger brothers, so he wasn't as close to Old Madam Gu as his younger brothers were to Old Madam Gu. When Old Madam Gu thought of how he treated his younger brother so cruelly, she was so angry that she wanted to punish him. "Open your eyes and see what you've done to your younger brother." Gu Changqing said seriously, "Grandmother, it's cold in the ancestral hall. You'd better go back to Pine Crane Courtyard. Be careful not to catch a cold." Old Madam Gu gritted her teeth. "You also know that it's cold in the ancestral hall. Aren't you afraid that your brother will catch a cold? Look at how badly he's injured. Instead of taking revenge for him, you're punishing him? What kind of elder brother are you?" Gu Changqing glanced at Gu Chenglin coldly. Gu Chenglin lowered his head guiltily, not daring to meet his elder brother's sharp gaze. Old Madam Jiyu said coldly, "Why are you glaring at him? Come at me if you dare." Jiyu Changqing said calmly, "He has committed a crime and he knows it clearly." Old Madam Jiyu said angrily, "What did he do?" With Old Madam Jiyu backing him up, Jiyu Chenglin became bolder. "Yes, elder brother. I already said that I didn't do anything. Why don't you believe me?" Jiyu Changqing's gaze was cold. Jiyu Yang almost lost his life. Old Madam Jiyu was unhappy. Yarrow said that her son almost lost his life. Did he really almost lose his life? You don't believe your brother, but you believe an outsider. I was the one who saved him. I was the one who fed him the medicine. I saw him almost die in front of me with my own eyes. Jiyu Changqing didn't say these words. Because even if he said it, they would think that Jiyu Yang was injured. Could it be that Jiyu Chenglin did it? As the elder brother, you saw Jiyu Chenglin kidnap Jiyu Yang with your own eyes? Who knew who he had offended outside and was so narrow-minded that they blamed it on Jiyu Chenglin? Jiyu Changqing wasn't siding with Jiyu Yang. The whole thing didn't have much to do with whether the other party was Jiyu Yang or not. What was important was Jiyu Chenglin's character. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Jiyu Changqing wouldn't have believed that his own brother had become so crooked. Jiyu Changqing refused to let him go no matter what. Old Madam Jiyu was so angry that she asked him to kneel in front of the ancestral tablets to receive his punishment. Jiyu Changqing didn't even make a sound when she hit him with the ruler. "Are you letting your brother out or not?" "No." Old Madam Jiyu was so angry that her hand trembled and the ruler hit Jiyu Changqing's face. Old Madam Jiyu was stunned. "Grandmother, don't hit him." Jiyu Chengfeng hugged Old Madam Gu's arm. At this time, concubine Ling also arrived. She persuaded Old Madam Jiyu to go back. "Okay, I won't let anyone send food to Lin but I have to let the mansion doctor treat his injury so that he can kneel obediently." Concubine Ling was a very smart woman. She could always find a way to make both sides compromise. Jiyu Changqing didn't say anything and returned to his courtyard. "Call the mansion doctor." Concubine Ling ordered. "Yes." The servant girl answered. The servant girl went to call the mansion doctor while Concubine Ling went to Jiyu Changqing's courtyard. "I saw that your face was injured, so I brought you some medicine." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that Jiyu Changqing's servant was already applying medicine for him. She smiled, walked over and said, "Eh? This doesn't look like the medicine in our mansion. Is it a new medicine from the military camp?" Jiyu Changqing paused. "No, it's from the doctor outside." "How can you use medicine from outside casually? Just use the one in the mansion." Concubine Ling handed over the medicine in her hand. Jiyu Changqing said lightly, "No, this is very good." Concubine Ling was stunned and took back the medicine with a smile. "Okay, I'll listen to you." She paused and then said, "Changqing, this is a matter between you two brothers. Logically speaking, as a concubine, I should not interfere. However, Chenglin is your younger brother. No matter how many mistakes he has made, you should not convict him based on the madam's one-sided words. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but doing so will make Chenglin think that you're partial to madam and don't love him anymore." Jiyu Changqing said, "If being fair once is considered partial to others, then what is my indulgence for him in the past?" Concubine Ling was speechless. After a while, she said, "But he's your brother. You should love him more." Jiyu Changqing didn't continue this topic. Instead, he changed the topic. "Concubine, was my mother really killed by Yarosha?" Concubine Ling looked at him strangely. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Jiyu Changqing said thoughtfully, "There's always been a rumor in the mansion that Yarosha killed my mother." Concubine Ling smiled faintly. "There's no evidence. Just listen to it. Don't take it to heart." Jiyu Changqing said, "I have evidence. It's because I have evidence that I've believed it for so many years." "What evidence?" Concubine Ling asked. Jiyu Changqing said, "When my mother was sick, someone wrote a letter to my father. It was basically expressing their feelings to my father and asking him when he would marry her. That letter fell into my mother's hands. My mother's illness worsened. Concubine Ling's face was shocked. I didn't think that something like this would happen to Jejie. Jiyu Changqing recalled. Yarosha was my mother's good friend. During that time, she frequently went in and out of the mansion. Someone saw Yarosha secretly put the letter in my father's study. A few days later, my mother called Yarosha and openly asked her if she wanted to be my father's second wife. At that time, I was standing outside the door and eavesdropping. If she said yes, I wouldn't have hated her for so many years. Concubine Ling's eyes widened. She rejected Jejie? Then why did she write a letter? Jiyu Changqing said, in front of my mother, she pretended to be virtuous. But behind her back, she had already had an affair with my father. Do you think my mother was angered to death by her? Concubine Ling laughed dryly. Since there's so much evidence, why did you ask if Yarosha killed your mother? Jiyu Changqing said seriously, because she said today that she didn't do anything wrong to us. Concubine Ling smiled faintly. You believed what she said. Jiyu Changqing squeezed the dagger that he took from Yarosha. She came here today with the determination to die. She's going to die. Why would she lie? Concubine Ling said, maybe it's for her child. Jiyu Changqing said, Jiyu Yang has his sister. He doesn't care about the mansion's property. Concubine Ling smiled faintly. She also said this? Jiyu Changqing shook his head. Yarosha did say this, but he felt it more from Jiyu Jiao and Jiyu Yang. Concubine Ling, who do you think is the person who killed my mother? Concubine Ling clenched her fist. Chapter 135. Old Madam Jiyu threw a huge tantrum in the ancestral hall, causing the entire household to know that Jiyu Changqing had locked his two younger brothers in the ancestral hall. Marquis Jiyu did not know about this. He had been busy with the Ministry of Works and had not returned to the manor for a few days. Lord Jiyu, the Ministry of War is urging us again. An official under Marquis Jiyu said. Marquis Jiyu sat in his chair and looked at the mountain of documents on his desk. He felt a headache coming on. Urging us all day long. Aren't they already in the process of forging? It's only been a few days. The official suffered an unexpected calamity and was scolded on both sides. He felt bitter. The Ministry of War said that our speed is too slow. They can't wait 2 months. Marquis Jiyu said angrily, we have to wait even if we can't. What they want are weapons. Weapons are made of iron, not mud. Is it that fast? The official broke out in cold sweat. The Ministry of War said that they will give you at most 1 month. You must forge that batch of swords. 1 month? His daydreaming. It was not that Marquis Jiyu did not want to forge the swords for the Ministry of War, but their current technology was limited. If they could obtain the latest water row technology from the Liang Kingdom, perhaps the amount of iron they could forge would increase greatly. The official said, but the Ministry of War said that even the civilian blacksmiths can make such a small amount of weapons. Why can't our Ministry of Works do it? Civilian blacksmiths can make it. Marquis Jiyu laughed sarcastically. The Ministry of War is even using their ability to spread rumors for the sake of weapons. The official said embarrassedly, no, Lord Jiyu, this official seems to have heard of this before. There is a type of box among the civilians that is more effective than our water row. The wind is stronger and the firepower is stronger. In a day, it can forge 10 times more iron. 10 times? Marquis Jiyu waved his hand. No, that's impossible. Even the Liang Kingdom could not do it. The Liang Kingdom passed down the earliest water row technology to the Zhao Kingdom, but it should not be 10 times worse than theirs. The official asked, why don't we send someone to investigate? It's said that it's a place called Clear Spring Town in Yuju Province. Marquis Jiyu waved his hand, oh, that's even more impossible. I just came from Yu Province. How could I not know of such a powerful technology? Marquis Jiyu was determined not to investigate. The Ministry of War couldn't wait any longer and immediately sent someone over. In early November, there was a light shware in Beijing. The moment little Jing Kong stepped out of the house, he did not look where he was going and tripped. Ever since he left the mountain, little Jing Kong rarely wrestled. Jiyu Jiao almost forgot that he was a famous wrestling monk. However, he was still adept at throwing himself. He hugged his head, bent his knees, and rolled around the yard like a small ball. Jiyu Jiao had just come out of the kitchen. Little Jing Kong rolled to Jiyu Jiao's feet. Then, the little Jing Kong spread its arms and legs and looked at Jiyu Jiao cutely. Jiyu Jiao picked him up and patted the snowflakes off his body. "Why did you fall again?" Little Jing Kong was intoxicated in Jiyu Jiao's arms. "Jiao Jiao is too beautiful. I was mesmerized by Jiao Jiao." Jiyu Jiao was speechless. Did the wrestling monk turn into a lovey-dovey monk? Little Jing Kong's hair was short. Worried that he would feel cold, Jiyu Jiao bought him a tiger head hat. The tiger's eyes were big and round. Little Jing Kong looked cute when he wore it. He usually did not wear it in the academy because he thought it was childish. However, in front of Jiyu Jiao, he not only wore the tiger head hat, but also wore a tiger head vest and tiger head shoes. After acting cute and asking for a kiss, little Jing Kong skipped back to his room with his brother-in-law. After finishing the early morning business, he changed back to Jing Kong and went to school with a serious face. Jiyu Yang felt much better after resting for a few days. He could go to school now. Jiyu Jiao prepared a hand warmer, one for her great-aunt, one for Xiao Liulang and one for each of her 3 younger brothers. Xiao Liulang took little Jing Kong to the Imperial College. Jiyu Jiao sent Jiyu Yang and Jiyu Xiaoshun to school. Jiyu Yang looked around when he walked out of the alley. Jiyu Jiao asked, "Who are you looking for?" "No one." Jiyu Yang looked up at the sky. How could he say no? For the past few days, he had been running to the door and looking at the end of the alley. Jiyu Jiao was his sister. How could she not know what he was thinking? However, that person had not appeared since he saved Jiyu Yang. Jiyu Jiao sent them to the academy. Then she went to Chang'an Avenue. She had been here for a long time. She had familiarized herself with the nearby terrain. She had thought about it. Although they still had 1,000 taels of silver, the price of goods in the capital was so high that they could not just sit at home and eat. She bought some herbs in the market and made some medicine for wounds. She planned to sell it in the nearby clinic. When she walked to the first clinic, she saw an acquaintance, Little Six. The young man who was called Little Six turned around in a daze. His eyes lit up. "Miss Jiyu? You came to the capital?" Jiyu Jiao nodded. "My husband came to study in the Imperial College. We all moved here." Little Six hurriedly bowed. "Congratulations, young Master Xiao." "Congratulations, Miss Jiyu." Little Six was the coachman of the second boss. He had run many errands for Jiyu Jiao when they were in the clinic. He was also the one who got the iron tools for cutting the mountain. "Where is the second boss?" Jiyu Jiao asked. Little Six's face darkened. "The situation of the second boss is not very good. I can't explain it in a few words. He is in the tavern over there. I will take Miss Jiyu there." "Okay." Jiyu Jiao agreed. On the way to the tavern, Little Six told her more or less. The general idea was that the second boss suddenly returned to the capital because Master Hu was dying. The second boss rushed back to the capital without stopping. However, he still could not see Master Hu for the last time. The Hu family did not even wait for the second boss to come back. They buried Master Hu. In fact, the second boss was only late by 1 day. If he had waited for 1 more day, he could have personally sent his father off. The Hu family did not even give him such an opportunity. This was not the most hateful thing. The most hateful thing was that the Hu family actually put the blame on the second boss. They slandered that the second boss was indifferent to the old man's illness and did not come to the funeral. The Zhao kingdom ruled the world by filial piety. The second boss' reputation was ruined when he was accused of being unfilial. He was driven out by the Hu family. Little Six wiped his tears. He could not help but feel sorry for the second boss. "I know." Jiyu Jiao arrived at the door of the tavern and said to Little Six, Go and bring some hot tea over. Little Six choked with sobs and turned to find the hot tea. Jiyu Jiao entered the room and a pungent smell of alcohol hit her nose. After not seeing him for several months, the once high-spirited second boss was now like a sloppy drunkard. He was paralyzed on the floor without any image. Beside him were countless empty wine bottles. He stared blankly at the ceiling, motionless, as if he was dead. Jiyu Jiao stepped over the wine bottle and squatted down beside him. She opened the small medicine box and took out 2 hangover pills. Here. The second boss did not move. At this time, Little Six brought hot water into the room. Jiyu Jiao took the hot water and asked Little Six to help the second boss up. She forced him to take the hangover pills. Little Six looked at the disheveled and unkempt second boss and choked with sobs. Master, Miss Jiyu came to see you. The second boss sat on the floor with a dull expression. Jiyu Jiao looked at him and calmly asked, "How did your father die?" The second boss suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Jiyu Jiao in a daze. The emotions that he did not dare to vent in front of his family suddenly broke down. His tears fell down uncontrollably. He held his head and cried until his whole body trembled. Jiyu Jiao did not disturb him. She quietly waited for him to finish crying. Little Six's eyes reddened as he left. After a long time, the second boss finally calmed down. He used his sleeve to wipe his tears and smiled at Jiyu Jiao. "Girl, why are you here?" "I came to accompany my husband to study at the Imperial College." "Ah, Master Xiao has passed the high school. Congratulations. What happened to you?" Perhaps it was because of the hangover pills or because he had cried all his tears, but he felt a lot better. He smiled as if nothing had happened. "It's nothing. I've been muddle-headed for a few days. I've made a fool of myself." "Are you still going back to the Hu family?" Jiyu Jiao asked. The second boss was stunned. After a while, he smiled bitterly. "I can't go back." "Was your father good to you?" The second boss thought for a long time. He was good before. Before his mother passed away, the family of 3 lived a happy life. Since he had a stepmother, he also had a stepfather. "So you blame your stepmother?" The second boss wanted to say, "How many stepmothers in the world are good?" But when he was about to say it, he remembered that Jiyu Jiao's mother was also a stepmother. He said, "If my stepmother was half as kind as the Marchioness, I wouldn't be like this. But it's no use. No matter how kind she is, her 3 stepsons still don't like her." "So you think I'm wrong?" "No, you're not wrong. I won't comment on the matters of the Marquis family. But for your matters, the one who's wrong is your father. He was so heartless to you. Why do you feel sad for his death?" Jiyu Jiao wasn't blaming the second boss. She really didn't understand. She didn't have this in her emotional reserves. Whoever was good to her, she would be good to them. Whoever bullied her, she would bully them back, even if the other party was her own father. She looked at the second boss strangely. Second boss already knew that she was different from the others. Her way of thinking was different from theirs. He bitterly smiled and patiently explained, "Actually, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe. I just remember how he treated me well in the past." Jiyu Jiao still didn't understand. Maybe she wouldn't understand in this lifetime. "What do you plan to do if you don't go back to the Hu family?" "I don't know." Jiyu Jiao seriously thought about it. "How about selling medicine with me?" The second boss, he didn't comfort her. "Thank you." At first, the second boss thought that Jiyu Jiao really wanted to drag him to sell medicine in the streets. Later, he realized that Jiyu Jiao wanted to open a medical center. The second boss would provide the capital, and Jiyu Jiao would invest in the technology. They would each own 50% of the shares. If other people advised the second boss like this, the second boss would definitely not agree. He didn't have the confidence or the will to fight. Jiyu Jiao was different. She had a kind of power that made people believe in her. The second boss made up his mind, "Okay, let's do it." However, the second boss was expelled from the Hu family. He didn't have much money on hand. Even if he bought the cheapest shop nearby, he would need at least 3,000 taels. I can lend you some, Jiyu Jiao said, but there will be interest. The second boss, I keep feeling that something is wrong. At noon, Xiao Liulang came back for lunch. Jiyu Jiao told Xiao Liulang about the money. There were still 1,000 taels left at home. She would need to use about 800 taels. In the study, Xiao Liulang was organizing the books he was going to bring to the academy. When he heard this, he said without thinking, "The money is for you to use. You don't have to tell me." So generous. Jiyu Jiao said, "Oh, aren't you going to ask me what it's for?" "What is it for?" Xiao Liulang asked. "Loan sharks," Jiyu Jiao said. Xiao Liulang was dumbfounded. "Haha." Jiyu Jiao was amused by him again. "I'm lying to you. I'm lending it to someone else. You know that person too. He's the second boss of Rejuvenation Hall." Xiao Liulang said casually, "I heard that you worked as a medicine boy in his house." Jiyu Jiao blinked her eyes and said, "Who told you that?" Xiao Liulang said, "Mother-in-law." Jiyu Jiao, ever since he found out that her box might be a small medicine box, Xiao Liulang had a faint guess. But since she didn't say it, he didn't point it out. They both had secrets about each other. His identity, her background. Xiao Liulang picked up a cup of hot tea on the table and took a sip. Jiyu Jiao hummed and pointed at the other cup of tea on the table. "I just drank this. This cup is for you." Xiao Liulang's expression froze. Jiyu Jiao looked at him with her chin in her hands. "You also drank what I drank. Rounded up, did the two of us indirectly do that?" Xiao Liulang's handsome face turned red. He put down the teacup and said seriously, "What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't drink from the same place as you just drank from." "Oh." Jiyu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Don't blush if you can. I'm going to cook." "Okay." Xiao Liulang's expression was serious. Jiyu Jiao looked at him one last time and turned to cook. The clanking of pots and pans came from the kitchen. Only then did Xiao Liulang let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He pressed down on his somewhat disobedient chest and fixed his gaze on the teacup. He slowly picked up the teacup and took a sip carefully. "Brother-in-law." Little Jing Kong suddenly jumped in. Xiao Liulang choked with guilt. He almost choked to death. Chapter 136. After Xiao Liulang entered the Imperial College, he attracted quite a bit of attention. There was no other reason other than his appearance made people think of the young Chancellor. All the teachers who had seen the young Chancellor were amazed that there was someone who looked so similar in this world. However, although they looked similar, the young Chancellor had already passed away. They had all attended his funeral so naturally, they wouldn't confuse the young man in front of them with him. Furthermore, Xiao Liulang only looked similar at first glance. Upon closer inspection, his gaze and temperament were completely different from the young Chancellor. Other than that, his temperament, behavior, and even his handwriting and essays were different from the young Chancellor. How much effort did a person have to put in to be able to be reborn? Furthermore, if he was the young Chancellor, why didn't he return to the Xiao family? He was still a cripple. If it was in the previous dynasty, people with serious illnesses wouldn't be able to participate in the imperial examinations. It was only after the change of dynasty that the old uniforms were abolished. There weren't many students who had seen the young Chancellor, so it didn't cause too much of a commotion. Why is County King free to come to the Imperial College today? In the Imperial College's Mingzheng Hall, Zheng Xie received County King An, who was wearing a brocade robe. Although County King An was a student of the Imperial College, he had special privileges and didn't have to come to school every day. This was the first time he showed his face since school started. County King An smiled and said, "I heard that there is a very impressive new student in the Imperial College." He didn't mention the name, but Zheng Xie instantly guessed Xiao Liulang's name. Zheng Xie smiled fawningly, "He's just SOSO. Compared to you, County King, it's like the difference between heaven and earth." County King An smiled faintly, "You can't say that. He's someone I have high hopes for." Zheng Xie was stunned. County King and smiled. Our Zhuang family originally wanted to recommend him into the college, but he got in himself. Zheng Xie actually thinks that this kind of person is just SOSO? Zheng Xie broke out in a cold sweat. This Jun Wang really didn't play by the rules. If a normal person encountered such a student, wouldn't they have treated the other party as a troublesome person and be on guard? Judging from the Duke's words, was the Zhuang family planning to rope him in? Royal Prince and did have the intention to rope in Xiao Liulang. Although the Zhuang family had produced many talents, who would complain about having too many talents? With one more chess piece, wouldn't they have a higher chance of winning the game? Royal Prince and looked at Zheng Xie. Tell me the truth. How capable is Xiao Liulang? This. Zheng Xie hesitated for a moment, then said, in terms of true talent, he is indeed outstanding, but this official still has the same words, he can't be compared to you. You don't have to compete with me, Prince An said casually. Zheng Xie paused for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, then if we exclude you, he would be the #1 freshman this year. Royal Prince An's red lips curled up. Very good. Train him well. Our Zhuang family wants this person. Zheng Xie put on a fake smile. It's his good fortune to be chosen by the Zhuang family. To be honest, Zheng Xie didn't like Xiao Liulang very much. It was mainly because this fellow didn't respect him enough. Every time they met, he had the illusion that he didn't know who was the teacher. Royal Prince, then this officials. Zheng Xie looked at Royal Prince An meaningfully. Royal Prince An said, the Imperial College will be reopened. The position of Chancellor naturally can't remain empty. I will report this to my grandfather and ask him to put in a good word for Zheng Xie in the Imperial Court if necessary. Zheng Xie thanked him profusely. Thank you, Royal Prince. Thank you, Grand Tutor. Jiyu Jiao didn't hide the fact that she wanted to join the partnership and open a medical center from her family. Of course, she didn't say how much she wanted to invest. She only said that if she invested 800 taels, she would be able to open a medical center. Her family expressed their strong support for this. After dinner, the matriarch found Jiyu Jiao and threw her a money bag. What's this for? Jiyu Jiao asked. The matriarch said faintly, return the money to me after the medical center makes money. This was the matriarch's coffin money. Inside it was the money that Jiyu Jiao usually gave to her as a filial piety, the money that she earned from selling the wound medicine, and the money that she earned from telling people how to exorcise evil spirits and reading palms. It wasn't a small amount. It was a total of 50 taels. Jiyu Jiao, I wouldn't have known if I didn't open a medical center. You can make a lot of money in secret. Jiyu Xiaoshan also gave the money that she usually didn't bear to spend to Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Yang didn't need to say anything. He gave all his pocket money to his elder sister and also got 10 taels in advance from the little monk. Since then, he started to work part-time for the little monk to pay off his debts. After Xiao Liulang entered the Imperial College, he earned a small sum of money by doing homework for the rich children. However, he felt that it wasn't enough to open a medical center. He found Lin Changye and patted his shoulder. Are you still worried about not being able to do your homework? Are you still losing your hair because you can't write 8-legged essay? Gold medal tutoring. Try to reach the Huiyuan level. The price is favorable. If it's ineffective, half the money will be refunded. Lin Changye, when he met with the second boss again, Jiyu Jiao's money was no less than the second boss's. The second boss was quite puzzled. After all, the second boss had been the boss for so many years. He still had some connections. Jiyu Jiao didn't need to worry about the manpower. The biggest problem now was where to open the medical center. For Jiyu Jiao's sake, it was best to open it near the Imperial College. Jiyu Jiao found Zhong Bao. Zhong Bao took the two of them to see the shops and houses on Chang'an Avenue and Xuanwu Avenue. Chang'an Avenue had a larger flow of people and was more prosperous. However, the good shops had all been rented out. The remaining shops were either too expensive or too inferior. No wonder they couldn't be rented out. Then let's go to Xuanwu Avenue, Zhong Bao said. Xuanwu Avenue wasn't as lively as here. It was better to do business here. Zhong Bao smiled. Xuanwu Avenue is more convenient to go to the Imperial College. Business won't be bad. Let's go take a look. Jiyu Jiao said. Okay. The second boss sighed. The three of them went to Xuanwu Avenue. To be honest, this street looked more orderly than Chang'an Avenue. It was just that the flow of people was less. Zhong Bao introduced a commercial and residential house to the two of them. This was originally a residential house. It was later changed into a shop. What do you think of this? This shop was much better than the ones on Chang'an Avenue. However, the second boss was more interested in the one next to it. That one has already been bought. Zhong Bao said. How much is this? The second boss asked. 300 taels. Zhong Bao said. 300 taels? The second boss thought he had misheard. Zhong Bao smiled. Yes, one payment per year. The deposit is 1,000 taels. You're too expensive. The second boss was from the capital. Even he felt that this price was somewhat unacceptable. Zhong Bao said helplessly, the price is rising. Last year, I could buy it for you for 250 taels. But this year, the Imperial College reopened. The prices of the houses in this area have all risen. The second boss looked at this house and then looked at the bigger and more magnificent one next to it. 300 taels is more like it. Are you sure you want this one? Jiyu Jiao asked. The second boss said, this one is bigger. Jiyu Jiao nodded to Zhong Bao. Zhong Bao took out a piece of paper. Then let's sign this deal. The second boss was startled. Didn't you say that someone has already bought it? Jiyu Jiao slowly took out the house deed from her sleeve. Yes, someone has already bought it. The owner is my family's little Jing Kong. Come, don't let your own fertile water flow into other people's fields. 300 taels it is. I'll rent it to you at a cheap price. The second boss pinched his philtrum. His eyes rolled back and he fell down. When little Jing Kong learned that Jiyu Jiao wanted to partner with others to open a medical center, he offered his house deed without hesitation. Of course, Jiyu Jiao couldn't let the little guy suffer a loss. If he wanted to rent someone else's house, why not rent her own? But if the second boss didn't like it, she wouldn't force him. Who knew that he would like it? Jiyu Jiao spread her hands. You can't blame me for this. When the second boss woke up, the contract had already been drawn up. He painfully paid the money and signed the signature. To be honest, he still didn't like this area. Although it was convenient to go to the Imperial College, our Imperial College couldn't support a big medical center. The second boss's worries lasted until the second day of the medical center's renovation. He was discussing with the carpenter about where to get the medicine cabinet. Jiyu Jiao took a broom to clean the lobby. Then, she saw a handsome young scholar passing by. The young scholar inadvertently glanced at Jiyu Jiao and then stopped. The young scholar walked back and came to Jiyu Jiao. He pointed at himself with the folding fan and said, Miss, do you still remember me? I don't remember, Jiyu Jiao said without thinking. The young scholar bent down to look at Jiyu Jiao's eyes. How can you not remember me? Look at me. Jiyu Jiao didn't look at him. She turned around and swept other places. The young scholar turned back to Jiyu Jiao. You must remember me. I still remember you. This logic was very interesting. She remembered her, so she must remember her? The young scholar's persistence was beyond Jiyu Jiao's imagination. Jiyu Jiao kept sweeping and ignored her. She simply squatted down and looked at Jiyu Jiao eagerly. Jiyu Jiao sighed helplessly. What do you want? The little scholar chuckled. You finally remember me, right? Jiyu Jiao said lightly. Our medical center hasn't opened yet. If you want to see a doctor, you'd better go somewhere else. Oh, so this is a medical center. Will you be working in this medical center in the future? The young scholar asked. Obviously, he didn't think that Jiyu Jiao could open a medical center with the way she dressed. He thought that she was most likely hired by someone. Jiyu Jiao nodded casually and continued sweeping the floor. The young scholar exclaimed excitedly. Then we will see each other often in the future. Jiyu Jiao looked at him strangely. Do you have many diseases? The young scholar shook his head like a rattledrum. His temper was really good. If it were someone else who was asked this question, they would have been angry. She didn't feel bad at all. She said, do you know what the houses next to yours have been bought for? I don't know. Jiyu Jiao said. It's an academy. The young scholar said. Oh. Jiyu Jiao was very calm. On the side, the second boss, who had been discussing cabinets with the carpenter, couldn't stay calm. He rushed over and looked at the young scholar. What did you say just now? What academy? Haven't you heard? The Crown Prince Consort is going to open a girls' academy. On this street, the houses on the west side and a large piece of land behind them have all been bought by the Crown Prince Consort. As the young scholar spoke, he pointed at their medical center. I remember that this shop was also going to be bought, but the owner couldn't be found, so it couldn't be rented. That's right. How did you buy it? Even the Crown Prince Consort couldn't find it, so how did you find it? The second boss thought, because the owner was a little monk from a temple, you couldn't find it. If the girls' academy was next to the Crown Prince Consort's, would the medical center have to worry about business? The second boss suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, you didn't make a mistake, right? We didn't hear about it. The young scholar said, it's inside information, of course you didn't hear about it. Inside, Jiyu Jiao glanced at the young scholar. The young scholar clapped his hands. All right, I'm leaving. When the girls' academy opens, I'll come and find you. The Crown Prince Consort really is a good person. She stood her ground against all opposition and opened the first girls' academy since the founding of the country of Zhao. In the future, women can also go to the academy to study like men. Don't you think this Crown Prince Consort is very outstanding? After 100 years, the Crown Prince Consort will definitely be recorded in the annals of history, and her name will go down in history. Jiyu Jiao didn't care if anyone could go down in history, but with a girls' academy, their medical center would have business. The second boss couldn't stop smiling. This location was good, too good. It was as if he could already see the shining silver flowing towards him. The news that the Crown Prince Consort was opening a girls' academy quickly spread through the noble circles. While the country of Zhao did not believe that it was virtuous for women to have no talent like the previous dynasty, women could only hire tutors to teach at home. The former Crown Prince Consort was like this, and now Jiyu Jinyu was like this. But today, Jiyu Jinyu received an invitation to enroll. Jiyu Jinyu finally learned that the Crown Prince Consort had opened a girls' academy near the directorate. It seems that she sent me a present on the day of my graduation not because His Majesty had conferred the title of County Princess on me, but because she wants me to go to school at her academy. She knew it. How could the high and mighty Crown Prince Consort think highly of a little county princess like her? The girls' academy had just opened, and there were not many who were willing to send their daughters there. She had a very good reputation in the capital. If she entered the academy, there would definitely be many people who would follow her. Chapter 137. Novels with a deeper meaning that could not be found online are all available here. Jiyu Jinyu felt a little disappointed when she thought about how the Crown Princess had given her a gift with ulterior motives. Miss, the Crown Princess has invited you to enroll in the academy. Will you go? A young maid beside her asked. I don't know. Women should not show their faces in public, but this was another chance for her to make a name for herself. If she stayed in the manor, Her fame would be limited. She longed for more people to see her talent, and there was no better place than the academy. But she was worried that old Madame Gu and her mother would not agree. Old Madame Gu was more conservative. Her father had lobbied for a long time to hire a tutor for her. If they knew that she was going to study outside, Gu Jinyu frowned. Just as she was vexed, a servant reported that the Marquis had returned. Gu Jinyu hurried to the door to welcome him. Marquis Gu had been busy at the Ministry of Works for many days. He had lost a layer of skin. He walked out of the carriage haggardly. When he entered the residence, he saw his daughter walking towards him with a smile on her face. "Father." Gu Jinyu called out sweetly. Marquis Gu felt all his exhaustion disappear when she called him father. He smiled and looked dotingly at his daughter. "It's so cold. Why did you come out?" "I came to wait for father," Gu Jinyu said with a smile. Marquis Gu said with satisfaction, "You're the most considerate." "Oh right, how's your mother? Is she in the residence?" "Yes, mother just went to bed," Gu Jinyu said. Marquis Gu frowned. "She went to bed so early. Are you feeling unwell?" He had just finished speaking when he saw the invitation in Gu Jinyu's hand. "What's that in your hand?" Gu Jinyu handed the invitation to Marquis Gu. "The Crown Princess has set up a girls' school and wants me to go." Marquis Gu opened it and took a look. "What did your mother say?" Gu Jinyu said softly, "Mother went to bed. I haven't had the chance to tell her." "What do you think, father?" Marquis Gu said, "If your mother thinks it's okay, then you can go." Gu Jinyu hesitated. "I'll do it." Marquis Gu did not find this difficult. Thinking of something, Marquis Gu asked, "Only one invitation? Did they say how to enter the school?" Gu Jinyu said, "Just one invitation. The person who sent the invitation said that noble ladies who are famous for their talents in the capital are exempted from the entrance exam. If anyone else wants to enroll, they just have to pass the exam. There's still a test." Marquis Gu frowned deeply. That girl only knew how to farm and was illiterate. How could she pass the exam? "Is there a way to get another slot?" he asked. Gu Jinyu asked innocently, "Does father want elder sister to enroll as well?" "I'll ask. If it's possible, I'll ask Crown Princess to give elder sister a spot. If there's no more, I'm willing to teach elder sister how to read and read. I'm just afraid that even if you're willing, she won't appreciate it." "Forget it. Keep the card properly." Marquis Gu returned the card to Gu Jinyu. Seeing that she was hesitating to speak, he could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" Gu Jinyu said in a low voice, "Father hasn't been back for a few days. He probably doesn't know that something has happened in the manor." Marquis Gu asked, "What happened?" Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and pinched her handkerchief as she said, "Third brother and second brother were locked up in the ancestral hall by eldest brother." Marquis Gu sucked in a breath of cold air. "What did they do?" "No, your second brother doesn't do anything anymore. Is it your third brother? What did he do again?" Gu Jinyu looked troubled. "It seems third brother and elder sister got into a quarrel and elder sister beat him up. Third brother is seriously injured. Why does that girl beat up everyone she catches?" Marquis Gu's teeth hurt. He rolled up his sleeves and said coldly, "Has that girl returned to the manor?" "Elder sister, eldest miss hasn't returned to the manor." Gu Jinyu was only halfway through her sentence when Nanny Fang, who had appeared nearby, interrupted her. Nanny Fang bowed to the two of them and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, "Third young master bullied little master and caused little master's heart disease to act up. Eldest miss was angry and taught third young master a lesson. Third young master only suffered superficial wounds. Compared to little master, it's not worth mentioning. They were indeed superficial wounds. The kind that would keep him bedridden for a month." Jiyu Yang was already alive and kicking. Jiyu Chenglin's torment had just begun. Every night, he was in so much pain that even medicine didn't help. Nanny Fang sighed, Third young master has always been spoiled. He also cries for his parents when he suffers from superficial wounds. Poor little master. When his heart disease acts up, he doesn't cry or make a fuss. How disheartened must he be, but everyone thinks he's fine. Jiyu Jinyu's face was burning. Nanny Fang's words not only mocked Jiyu Jinyu, but also put a label on Jiyu Chenglin. Later, even if Marquis Jiyu saw a wailing Jiyu Chenglin, he would only think that he was spoiled. Marquis Jiyu frowned. Has Yang met Chenglin? Nanny Fang sneered. It's a coincidence that the three young masters entered the same academy. On the first day of school, third young master recognized little master, but little master didn't recognize him. He was kidnapped to the woodshed and locked up for an entire day. Later, his heart disease acted up and he narrowly escaped death. Marquis Jiyu was furious. Unfilial son, make him kneel in the ancestral hall. After saying this coldly, Marquis Jiyu didn't even look at Jiyu Chenglin's injuries. He got into the carriage and went to Jade Water Alley to see Jiyu Yang. Only Nanny Fang and Jiyu Jinyu were left on the lawn. Jiyu Jinyu opened her mouth. Nanny Fang curtsied. Second young miss, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. This servant also needs to go back and serve madam. Nanny. Jiyu Jinyu stopped her. I was going to say it just now. Nanny Fang nodded. This servant understands. Although second young miss isn't the Marquis's estate's biological daughter, madam raised her. How could second young miss not help madam but someone else? Wouldn't that be too cruel and unscrupulous? Jiyu Jinyu's face paled. Nanny Fang smiled faintly. This servant is a servant and doesn't know how to speak. Please forgive me. Second young miss Jiyu Jinyu didn't know what to say. She felt like she was being scolded, but Nanny Fang didn't say anything against her. Nanny Fang was Madame Yarrow's trusted aide. Only Jiyu Yang could be angry with her, but as a good girl, Jiyu Jinyu couldn't. Nanny, you're exaggerating. Jiyu Jinyu said. Nanny, go take care of my mother. Nanny Fang said earnestly. Second young miss, you should remember madam's words. Don't interact with the late madam's three sons. They won't accept second young miss and won't be your support in the future. Forgive this servant for speaking bluntly, but second young miss can only rely on madam and eldest young miss. Jiyu Jinyu smiled faintly. I'll remember, Nanny. A girl who grew up in the countryside and only knew how to dig for food in the fields. What right did she have to be her support? Because of that crippled husband who understood Yuan in high school? Nanny was indeed old. Marquis Jiyu went to see Jiyu Yang. Jiyu Yang was fine, but he still pretended to be dying. Marquis Jiyu was furious. When he returned to the estate, no matter how old Madame Jiyu came to find him, he was determined not to ask Jiyu Chongqing to release Jiyu Chenglin. Old Madame Jiyu sent someone to deliver charcoal to Jiyu Chenglin. What charcoal? Just freeze him to death. Jiyu Chenglin's charcoal was confiscated by his biological father just like that. Xiao Liulang also heard a little about the girls' school when he was in the Imperial College. This matter was actually slightly different from the rumors in the circle. It wasn't initiated by the Crown Princess. As early as 10 years ago, Empress Dowager Zhuang had proposed to open a girls' school, but it was unanimously opposed by the Emperor and the cabinet ministers. This matter was left unsettled. Now that the matter was brought up again, it was most likely the Emperor's idea. Grand Tutor Zhuang led hundreds of officials to plead to reopen the Imperial College, and his prestige in the court and the people's hearts soared. The Emperor wanted to accumulate prestige for the imperial family, so he used the Crown Princess's name to open a girls' school. Since it was opened by the court, the quality of the girls' school must not be too bad. During dinner, Xiao Liulang talked about the girls' school at the dining table. Little Jing Kong exclaimed, "Girls' school? Does that mean Jiao Jiao can go there too?" Old Madam vaguely felt that the two words girls' school sounded strangely familiar. She tried to recall but couldn't remember anything. However, this didn't stop her from supporting Jiyu Jiao to go to school. You can go. Jiyu Jiao. She didn't want to go. A certain someone who had experienced a series of cruel examinations such as the college entrance examination in her previous life didn't want to flip through books again in this life. Her family didn't force her. After all, the feeling of being forced to go to school was too depressing. Xiao Liulang, Jiyu Xiaoshun, Jiyu Yang, and little Jing Kong all deeply experienced this. After dinner, little Jing Kong suddenly looked at Jiyu Jiao cutely. Jiao Jiao, I want to eat sugar-coated haws. Jiyu Jiao touched his tiger head hat. Okay, I'll go buy it for you. This was the advantage of living on the streets. They could buy whatever they wanted to eat at any time. They didn't have such conditions in the countryside. I'll go, Xiao Liulang said. It's not that far, Jiyu Jiao said. Old Madam Yang waved her hand. Okay, you two go together. Don't dawdle. The two of them went to Chang'an Avenue together. It wasn't snowing when they went out, but snowflakes started to fall halfway. Jiyu Jiao looked at the flying snow above her head and sighed. The snow in the capital comes so early. Xiao Liulang said, it's not early this year. Sometimes it snows by the end of October. Oh. Jiyu Jiao asked, did you live in the capital for a long time? The two of them rarely asked each other's secrets. It was the first time such a topic was brought up so calmly. Yes. Xiao Liulang nodded. Jiyu Jiao didn't ask further. Some topics were brought up unexpectedly, but they shouldn't be discussed too deeply. She looked at the busy streets. The capital is so nice. Xiao Liulang looked at her. You like the capital? Yes. Jiyu Jiao said, the capital is lively. She actually didn't really like bustling places, but being in a lively environment made her feel more clearly that she was still alive. The snow was very heavy, but the wind stopped, and the snowflakes fell quietly. She remembered that there was a snowy night like this in town. They went out to buy Osmanthus cakes and sat in front of a stall to eat 2 bowls of steaming glutinous rice balls. Life was hard at that time. She couldn't even bear to buy a poached egg for herself and only asked the boss to give him one. Although the truth was that Jiyu Jiao didn't like to eat poached eggs, Xiao Liulang didn't know that, so he was touched until now. Aya, how can you walk? Jiyu Jiao bumped into someone. It was a young man who was in a hurry. The young man was almost knocked down. He fiercely said to Jiyu Jiao, be careful. Jiyu Jiao, oh. She really did bump into someone. She was not an unreasonable person. She was occasionally very obedient. She apologized. The young man didn't say anything else and walked away, muttering. People came and went on the streets of Chang'an. If one wasn't careful, they would bump into someone. Xiao Liulang glanced at her and wanted to say something. The snow was getting heavier, and there was a hint of cold wind. Hey, why aren't there any candied haws? I remember it was around here during the day. Jiyu Jiao's little hand was frozen stiff. She raised it to her lips and blew on it. Xiao Liulang looked at her hand and moved his fingertips. But he didn't reach out his hand. Jiyu Jiao blew a few more times. It was very cold. Xiao Liulang finally gathered his courage and raised his hand to hold her hand. Found it, look. Jiyu Jiao pointed. Xiao Liulang's hand missed. After Jiyu Jiao finished pointing, she turned around to look at him. He seamlessly changed the topic. Without batting an eyelid, he raised his empty hand and touched his handsome head. Jiyu Jiao walked over and asked for 5 sticks of candied haws. By the way, little brother, do you have any candied haws with less sugar? The vendor smiled. What a coincidence, miss, I do have some. My little nephew is only 1 year old. He likes to eat candied haws, but it's not good for his teeth. I made a few for him. They look bright red, but they don't have much sugar. Then, can you give me 2? Jiyu Jiao asked. Okay. The vendor took 2 sticks of unsweet candied haws and gave them to Jiyu Jiao. The total is 70 copper coins. I'll give you a small one. Thank you. Jiyu Jiao took the candid haws and grabbed them all in one hand. They were so big that she almost couldn't hold them. Xiao Liulang saw that she was struggling and said to her, I'll do it. Jiyu Jiao shook her head. No need. I'll take them. After saying that, she turned around and walked back. Xiao Liulang followed with his walking stick. As they walked, a soft little hand suddenly reached over and held his hand. Xiao Liulang was stunned. Jiyu Jiao tilted her head and blinked. If you take the candid haws, you won't be able to hold my hand. Didn't you want to hold my hand just now? Xiao Liulang's face turned red. He suddenly felt that his heart was full. Chapter 138. The novel is updated faster. The couple held hands and didn't let go until they reached the door. Seeing Xiao Liulang's unsatisfied expression, Jiyu Jiao leaned close to him and whispered, If you want to hold hands, I'll let you hold hands next time. No. With a deadpan expression, Xiao Liulang walked into the courtyard with the same hand and foot. Jiyu Jiao took the Tanghulu into the house. Old Madam's house was the warmest, so they all sat there. Xiao Liulang went straight to the study. Jiyu Jiao brought the Tanghulu over. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up when he saw the Tanghulu. Jiao Jiao, come and warm up by the fire. Okay. Jiyu Jiao gave him a Tanghulu with less sugar and another Tanghulu with less sugar to Old Madam. She also gave 2 Tanghulu with normal sugar to Jiyu Yang and Jiyu Xiaoshan. Jiyu Yang didn't eat much. He just liked to have fun. Old Madam stared at Jiyu Yang's Tanghulu, and tears flowed out of her mouth uncontrollably. Where's brother-in-law? Jiyu Yang asked. Your brother-in-law went to the study, Jiyu Jiao said. Old Madam ordered little Jing Kong, go and ask your brother-in-law to warm up by the fire. No need. Jiyu Jiao said, he's not cold at all. His palms are sweaty. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. His palms were sweaty. How did you know? You two are holding hands. Little Jing Kong suddenly felt that the Tanghulu wasn't delicious anymore. Little Jing Kong jumped down from the small chair and decisively held Jiao Jiao's hand. Bad brother-in-law held hands, I want to hold hands too. Jiyu Yang held Jiyu Jiao's other hand. Little Monk held hands, I want to hold hands too. The confused Jiyu Jiao, Jiyu Xiaoshan looked even more confused. The old lady was happy. The 2 idiots were finally making progress. Her little great-grandson was just around the corner. To commemorate this important development, the old lady decided to eat 1 less candied fruit tonight. She placed the preserved fruit high on the bedside table. Happy. The moonlight was like water. It quietly flowed on the bedside table, and the candied fruit was sparkling and translucent under the moonlight. The old lady left. The old lady came back. She grabbed the candied fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. To hell with the commemoration. If you're happy, you should celebrate. You should eat to celebrate. The heavy snow continued to fall throughout the night and only stopped when it was almost dawn. When Jiyu Jiao woke up early in the morning, the courtyard was already covered with snow. Fortunately, he had moved the chicken house and the dog house to the woodshed last night. Otherwise, if he let them freeze outside for a night, he was afraid that they would become a few small popsicles. Jiyu Jiao went to the backyard to get water from the well to wash up. The weather was so cold, but the well water was warm. After washing up, she went to the kitchen to start a fire to cook, but was surprised to find that someone was already sitting in front of the stove to start a fire. It was Xiao Liulang. So early. Although he used to get up early, He never got up this early. Yes. Xiao Liulang looked back at her. At this moment, the sky was not yet bright, and the snow was basically reflecting the light of the snow. An oil lamp was lit in the kitchen, and the bright light from the stove was reflected on his handsome face. She only felt that this person was truly a peerless young master. Beautiful things would make one feel beautiful just by looking at them. Jiyu Jiao curved her lips. Did you sleep well last night? Yes, and you? He asked. Jiyu Jiao walked over and took the firewood from his hand. Well, you can go and read. I'll do it. The kitchen was not big, and it was a little narrow when the two of them squeezed together. He smelled the fresh fragrance of Chinese soap on her body, as well as the unique scent of a young girl. He suddenly felt that the kitchen was a little hot, but he did not say anything. He got up and went out. However, he did not go back to the study to read. Instead, he took a shovel and began to clear the snow in the yard. Soon, little Jing Kong also got up. He was always the third one in the family to get up. When he saw the snow in the yard, he was so excited that he shouted, "Oh, tilde I'm Mount Tai next door tilde catch the vine of love tilde." Jiyu Jiao's hand trembled, and she almost lit the whole kitchen. Can this be connected? Don't shovel. Don't shovel. Don't shovel. I want to play in the snow. He threw himself into the snow. There was no such heavy snow in Yuju, so it was no wonder that he was so excited. The little guy was healthy and was not afraid of catching cold. Xiao Liulang did not care about him and let him play in the snow. He took a shovel to shovel the snow in the corridor. He shoveled the snow outside the old lady and Jiyu Yang's room first. About half an hour later, Jiyu Xiaoshan also got up. At this time, little Jing Kong had successfully turned himself into the light shui man, Jing Kong. He was covered in snow, and his long eyelashes were stained with snowflakes. Little Jing Kong sat in the snow and looked at him with blinking eyes. Brother Xiaoshan, do you want to play? Oh, okay. Jiyu Xiaoshan walked over, rolled little Jing Kong into a light shui ball, and started to roll. Little Jing Kong was rolled so hard that he stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes. Oh. I asked you to play in the snow. I didn't ask you to play with me, Jiyu Xiaoshan, but you're more fun. The two of them played crazily for a while until Jiyu Jiao came out and carried the sweaty and drenched little ball back into the house to change her clothes. Jiyu Xiaoshan also took a shovel and shoveled the snow with Xiao Liulang. Breakfast was tofu and pickled vegetable soup and mutton steamed buns. To make up for little Jing Kong's regret that he couldn't eat mutton, Jiyu Jiao made a basket of buns for him. The snow-white buns were eaten one at a time. Little Jing Kong suddenly felt that he was really a fierce little tiger. Little Jing Kong was a little obsessed with tigers recently. Jiyu Jiao also sewed a double-shoulder little tiger school bag for him. After the meal, he quickly put on the little tiger's backpack and went to the Directorate of Education with his bad brother-in-law accompanying him. Jiyu Yang and Jiyu Xiaoshan also went to Qinghe Academy. The old lady didn't get up until the whole family went out one after another. Jiyu Jiao gave her a bowl of mutton soup. Great aunt, I'll go to the clinic later. If you're bored, I'm not bored. Go ahead. The old lady waved her hand. Jiyu Jiao looked at the old lady strangely. Based on her understanding of the old lady, she was most likely up to something again. What did you do again? The old lady drank a mouthful of mutton soup. Nothing. She just called all the aunties in the alley over and played leaf cards for a few days. She won a lot of money, haha. Jiyu Jiao felt that her great-aunt was really capable. She couldn't stay idle no matter where she went, and she was always able to mingle with people. Her social skills were excellent, and she was miles ahead of her and Xiao Liulang. The old lady was a shrewd person. Jiyu Jiao wasn't worried that she would be deceived. She should be worried about other people. She didn't know how unlucky they were to fall into the hands of her great-aunt. Remember to bring an umbrella, the old lady said. Jiyu Jiao turned around and smiled. Okay. Jiyu Jiao wasn't afraid of the sun and rain, but someone reminded her to bring an umbrella. It was a new experience. She happily took an oil paper umbrella, said goodbye to her great-aunt, and went to the medical center. The second boss was a practical person. In less than 10 days, the medical center had begun to take shape. The layout of the lobby made people's eyes light up. It not only retained the characteristics of the original medical center, but also added a consultation desk. The second boss smiled and said, "Didn't you say that if there was a knowledgeable person here to divert the patients, it would make the treatment more efficient?" She did say that. Perhaps the second boss understood and walked out was the ability of the second boss. Thinking of something, the second boss said, "I secretly went in yesterday to ask around. There really is a women's school next door. In the open space behind, the school is almost finished. I think it will open around the same time as us. When there are more people coming, we can take advantage of the good luck. It doesn't matter who opens first." Jiyu Jiao didn't care. She opened the medical center with her own strength. She didn't need anyone's help. The two of them were talking at the door when suddenly a man in his mid-30s came in. He was dressed luxuriously and had a dignified aura. He didn't look like an ordinary person. The other party looked at the two of them and asked, "Who is the owner of your medical center?" The second boss said, "We are the owner." "Both of you?" The other party looked at Jiyu Jiao suspiciously. It was obvious that not only was Jiyu Jiao young, but she was also a woman. She also didn't dress well. Jiyu Jiao had seen this kind of gaze many times. Jiyu Jiao faintly glanced at him and said, "What's the matter?" The man was still polite. "I want to ask, are you willing to rent the medical center to me?" "What do you mean?" the second boss asked. The man smiled faintly and said, "To tell you the truth, I am from next door. I don't know if you have heard that we are opening a women's school. It was opened by the Crown Princess. Currently, there is still a brothel and there is no suitable location. So, I want to rent your shop and convert it into a brothel." "No." Jiyu Jiao refused without hesitation. The man looked at Jiyu Jiao in surprise. He clearly didn't expect that the other party would be so ungrateful after he mentioned the Crown Princess. In reality, the women's school wasn't opened by the Crown Princess. It was His Majesty's idea. However, when Empress Dowager Zhuang proposed to open a women's school, His Majesty didn't stand on Empress Dowager Zhuang's side. Now that he had slapped himself in the face, it didn't look good, so he used the Crown Princess's name. Could it be that he had to use His Majesty's name to scare this little girl? The man said, "The price can be discussed." Jiyu Jiao said, "It is useless to discuss it further. No means no." The man's smile became colder. "You also found someone else to rent. Don't you just want to open a medical center? You can rent this shop to me, and I'll find you a better one." Jiyu Jiao looked at him like he was an idiot. "Since there is a better shop, why don't you use it?" The man choked. The second boss knew that the other party had a powerful background and didn't want to be on bad terms with the other party. However, he also understood Jiyu Jiao's temper. He could only appease her. "Did you think you were in the right just because you yelled?" The man saw that he couldn't get through to Jiyu Jiao, so he looked at the second boss on the side and said with a smile, "Why do you have to make it so ugly? When I find the owner and tell him not to rent the shop to you, won't you still have to move out?" The second boss spread his hands. "That may not be the case." The man frowned. When did this person become so stubborn? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a cold voice. "What are you doing?" "Didn't you hear that he refused you?" "What? You want to use the Crown Princess's name to oppress the common people? As far as I know, the Crown Princess didn't give you the right to bully others." It was that little scholar again. Today, he was wearing a blue robe and looked fresh and handsome. The man's expression changed. Do. The little scholar knocked on his forehead with his fan. "Do what? If you dare to use the Crown Princess's name to oppress the common people again, I will go to His Majesty and report you." Yes. The man didn't even dare to breathe loudly as he ran off in a dejected manner. The second boss gave Jiyu Jiao a look. Who was it? Jiyu Jiao, I don't know. The second boss, the little scholar, came to Jiyu Jiao and patted his hand with his fan. He said with a smile, Miss, we meet again. Don't worry, I already taught him a lesson just now. He won't dare to harass you again in the future. Jiyu Jiao, oh, thank you. The little scholar simply clung to Jiyu Jiao and followed Jiyu Jiao around. Don't listen to him. He didn't come here on the Crown Princess's orders. The Crown Princess wouldn't have such a rude servant. Jiyu Jiao understood. The little girl was still clinging to the fact that she had no feelings towards the Crown Princess. It was enough that she liked the Crown Princess. Why did everyone in the world have to like the Crown Princess? Wasn't this a very strange thing? The little scholar proudly said, You also saw it. I'm very capable. As long as you also like the Crown Princess, we can be friends. I'll protect you. As the Crown Princess's #1 supporter, her goal was to spread the Crown Princess's good name and have more people understand and like the Crown Princess. Jiyu Jiao did not waste any more words with her. She carried a box of tools and went up to the second floor. The little scholar wanted to chase after her, but the workers came over at this time. The little scholar was separated by the workers. When the workers all left, Jiyu Jiao had already disappeared. The little scholar was not discouraged. She put her hands on her hips and confidently said, I, Du Xiaoyun, will definitely reform you. It had been a few days since Miss Yarrow came. Jiyu Jiao counted the days. Her antidepressants were almost finished, so it was time for her to come and get new ones. Jiyu Jiao was puzzled. When she returned home, she saw senior servant Fang waiting in the main room with a hesitant expression. The elderly lady had gone to sleep. When senior servant Fang saw Jiyu Jiao, she hurriedly bowed and greeted. Eldest young Miss Jiyu Jiao looked behind her and asked, Where's the madam? Didn't she come with you? This servant came to find the eldest young miss myself. The madam, she. Senior servant Fang hesitated for a moment and finally said, The madam hasn't been well recently. She doesn't want the eldest young miss and the young master to worry, so she refuses to come over. Jiyu Jiao nodded in understanding. I'll go with you to the Marquis's estate. Chapter 139. Jiyu Jiao was a very straightforward person. What she accepted and what she did not accept, she would put it all on the table. She couldn't open the knot in her heart when she was young, so she couldn't live with Madame Yarrow calmly. However, this didn't mean that she would ignore Madame Yarrow. She still interacted with Madame Yarrow as a doctor. This visit was to treat Madame Yarrow's illness. Other people had nothing to do with her, so she didn't want to see them. Nanny Fang understood eldest Mrs. temper and knew that she wouldn't visit old Madame Jiyu or other people in the residence. In order to avoid gossip, Nanny Fang simply didn't mention that eldest Miss had returned to the residence. The servant guarding the door thought that Nanny Fang had only invited a doctor back to the residence. Jiyu Jiao sat in the carriage and entered the inner residence of the Lord Protector's estate. The first courtyard she saw was Zhengming Courtyard. Nanny Fang said that it was the former madam's courtyard. Even though the former madam had passed away many years ago, it was still empty. Occasionally, the heir would go there to reminisce about the former madam. Madam's courtyard is over there. Nanny Fang pointed to the end of the path. It's so far away. Jiyu Jiao said. Nanny Fang sighed. Yes, but wasn't it far away? Madam's status in the residence was awkward. How could old Madame Jiyu let her live in a courtyard that was in a good location? Concubine Ling's courtyard was close and closest to Marquis Gu's courtyard. In fact, whenever Marquis Jiyu went to Madame Yarrow's courtyard, he would pass by Concubine Ling's courtyard. In order to let Concubine Ling be favored, old Madame Jiyu had schemed. Unfortunately, even if Marquis Jiyu passed by Concubine Ling's door every day, he wouldn't enter her room. That's concubine Ling's courtyard. Nanny Fang pointed to a courtyard. Ji Jiao glanced through the window. It was a refreshing and elegant scene with pavilions, terraces, and withered flowers everywhere. Ji Jiao didn't care too much. She was just a concubine. It wasn't worth it. The carriage stopped in front of Madame Yarrow's courtyard. Nanny Fang went to get a stool for Ji Jiao, but Ji Jiao jumped down. Nanny Fang was startled. Which noble young miss is so fierce? Is Madame inside? Ji Jiao asked. Ah, yes. Nanny Fang regained her senses. She should be in the warm room right now. The winter in the manor isn't this cold. Madame isn't used to it and stays in the warm room all day long. Ji Jiao followed Nanny Fang to the warm room. The warm room was indeed warmer than the outside, but it was still a little stuffy. Yarosha's eyes were closed as she lay on a rattan chair in the warm room. The last time she opened it was when she was suturing that man. At that time, she wasn't of marriageable age. However, she vaguely remembered that the medicine box contained a new antidepressant. Ji Jiao no longer deliberately hid the medicine box from Yarosha. Yarosha occasionally saw the things inside and felt it was strange, but she just thought it was because she didn't know enough and didn't suspect anything. Ji Jiao took out the antidepressant and told Yarosha how to take it. In the future, don't forget to take your medicine. Yarosha shook her head and said, I won't. At that time, she was so angry that she lost her mind. But after she sobered up, she felt a lingering fear. If she really died with Jiyu Chenglin, she would never be able to see her two children again. Jiao Jiao and Yang would also be like the three brothers, becoming motherless children. How could she treat the siblings like that? Ji Jiao accompanied Yarosha and chatted for a while. Then, she watched Yarosha take the medicine. One of the medicines had a calming effect. Yarosha leaned against the rattan chair and fell asleep not long after. Ji Jiao took a blanket and covered her with it. Hearing that there was no movement inside, Nurse Fang gently pushed the door and entered. She looked at the sleeping Yarosha and whispered to Ji Jiao, Is the madam asleep? Ji Jiao nodded and got up to leave the room. Nurse Fang also followed her out and closed the door. Eldest miss, how is the madam's condition? Ji Jiao said, her condition has relapsed. It's similar to when she was in the mountain villa. Nurse Fang said in fear, Is it that serious? Ji Jiao said, It's not as serious as it was at the beginning. Nurse Fang's expression softened and she lamented, after the madam came back, her mood wasn't very good. She just endured it until that day when she went to buy Shui Ali and learned that the young master was being bullied. The madam completely exploded and ran to the third young master's courtyard to cause a scene. The madam even brought a dagger. At that time, the madam said, Don't live anymore. If we die together. This servant was really scared. Fortunately, nothing happened, otherwise, Ji Jiao didn't know that there was such a thing. From Nurse Fang's description, Yarosha had completely lost her mind at that moment. It wasn't strange that Yarosha wanted to teach Jiyu Chenglin a lesson, but it was inconceivable that she wanted to kill Jiyu Chenglin and die with him. The former was the anger of a mother, and the latter was the suicide of a depressed patient. Yarosha had been treated steadily for so long and had only stopped taking medicine twice. It shouldn't be like this. What has the madam been eating recently? Ji Jiao began to ask about Yarosha's diet in detail. Nurse Fang explained everything in detail. Ever since the incident with Nurse Fang, this servant has paid special attention to the madam's diet. Is there any breakfast left? Show me the card. Ji Jiao said. There is. The madam doesn't have a good appetite. She ate a little and then stopped eating. It's all behind the green screen cabinet. Nurse Fang went to bring over Yarosha's breakfast. Ji Jiao checked it one by one. Nurse Fang said, Is there a problem? Ji Jiao shook her head, No, take me to the madam's bedroom. Okay. Nurse Fang took Ji Jiao to Yarosha's room. Ji Jiao checked every corner, including the incense, soap, and rouge. There's no problem, she said. Was she thinking too much? Jiyu Jiao asked again. Does the madam have a close relationship with anyone? Nurse Fang shook her head. No, the madam doesn't go out of the residence. When she goes out, it's to visit the eldest miss and the young master. The marquis used to come often, but recently, the Ministry of Works has been busy, so the marquis doesn't come back for several days. Jiyu Jiao touched her chin. Nurse Fang still had lingering fears about the poisoning of Yarosha in the farmstead. Eldest miss, are you suspecting that the madam has been harmed? Jiyu Jiao pondered for a moment and said, from the current investigation, there is no relevant evidence. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold wind rustled past. It was mixed with a few snowflakes and a faint fragrance that slowly drifted over. Jiyu Jiao looked in the direction of the fragrance. What's on the other side of the wall? Nurse Fang said, it's the greenhouse. When the weather is good, the door of the greenhouse will be open, and the entire courtyard can smell the fragrance of the flowers. It snowed yesterday, so the door was locked for fear that the flowers inside would freeze to death. Jiyu Jiao said lightly, I'll go to the greenhouse to take a look. Nurse Fang hesitated. What's the matter? Jiyu Jiao asked. Nurse Fang said awkwardly, the greenhouse belongs to the old madam. Ordinary people can't go in at will. Why don't I call the second miss over and let her bring the eldest miss in? Before she finished speaking, Jiyu Jiao had already climbed over the wall. Nurse Fang, Pine Crane Courtyard. Old Madam Jiyu leaned against the Arhat bed and sighed silently. She was not in a good mood recently, because her precious grandson was still locked up in the ancestral hall. The weather was cold, and there was a big snowfall last night. The ancestral hall had already become an ice cave. Her poor grandson had never suffered like this since he was young. Early in the morning, she sent someone to stop Jiyu Changqing and ask him to release Jiyu Chengfeng. Jiyu Changqing was released, but only Jiyu Chengfeng was released. Old Madam Jiyu was so angry that her head hurt. She only felt better after using some of the incense sent by concubine Ling. But she still felt stifled. They've grown up and their wings have hardened. They don't take me, their grandmother, seriously. How can that be? The heir is also trying to discipline the two young masters. The servant girl who was massaging her legs said fawningly. The old madam could criticize the heir, but the servants could not. Old Madam Jiyu said again, in the end, the first one to blame is their father. He could have married anyone else, but he had to marry a jinx. He himself is useless, and the child he gave birth to is also useless. He even bullied the son of the first wife. I think they want to rebel. Please calm down. The servant girl said. Old Madam Jiyu snorted, even giving birth to a child can cause them to lose their way. If their mother was here, how could this happen? How could the servants dare to say anything? They could only brace themselves and listen. Old Madam Jiyu gritted her teeth and said, girls who grew up in the countryside have no manners. Crude and despicable. The servant girl lowered her head even more. After hearing so many secrets, would she be silenced? Don't let her fall into my hands, or else I will definitely teach her a lesson. Old Madam Jiyu got angrier as she spoke. Where's Yarrow? Call her here. After returning to the manor for so long, Tiana claimed to be sick in her room every day, but she did not come to set the rules in front of her. Her trusted nanny advised, why do you have to lower yourself to her level? She won't say anything even if you hit her with a stick. This was the truth. It was not that old Madam Jiyu had not set the rules for Yarrow, but no matter how old Madam Jiyu tried to torture her, she was like a soulless wooden person. Old Madam Jiyu felt as if she had punched cotton. In the end, old Madam Jiyu did not know whether Yarrow felt wronged or not, but she was furious. Has the peony in the greenhouse bloomed? Her trusted nanny asked the servant girl who was massaging old Madam Gu's legs. The servant girl said, it has bloomed. I went to take a look this morning. It's blooming very well. Old Madam Jiyu loved flowers, especially peonies. Jiyu Jinyu also loved peonies because of old Madam Gu's influence. Unfortunately, peonies were seasonal. In order to make them bloom in winter, Old Madame Gu did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to build a glass roof greenhouse. The servant girl continued, "I'll go and bring a few pots over for Old Madam." Old Madame Gu waved her hand, "It's so cold. Won't it freeze to death if you bring it out?" "Forget it, I'll go and take a look myself." Old Madame Gu kept retreating, trying to avoid this terrifying battlefield. Unfortunately, she was careless and accidentally bumped into the flour rack behind her. She lost her balance and fell under the flour rack. In a panic, she reached out to grab the flour rack in front of her in an attempt to stabilize herself. However, the flour rack was not strong enough and was pulled down by her in an instant. The dozens of potted plants on the flour rack fell down with a crash. Old Madame Gu did not even have time to cry out before she was buried under the ruins. Old Madame Gu's confidante gasped. She had not been paying attention for a while, so how did this happen? Everyone no longer cared about catching Jiu Jiao and turned around to save Old Madame Jiu. Jiu Jiao spread her hands innocently. This time, it was not her fault. Everyone was in a panic. Jiu Jiao shook her head and walked out of the greenhouse with a bouquet of small white flowers. Although the greenhouse and Madame Yarrow's courtyard were only separated by a wall, the road was very far and they had to take a detour. With great difficulty, old Madame Fang walked around half of the Marquis's estate and arrived at the greenhouse. When she saw Jiu Jiao coming out of the greenhouse, she called out breathlessly, "Eldest, eldest." Before she could say anything, Jiu Jiao gently jumped over the wall and returned to Madame Yarrow's courtyard. Old Madame Fang, who was doubting her life. By the time old Madame Fang walked around half of the Marquis's estate and returned to Madame Yarrow's courtyard, she felt that her old legs did not belong to her anymore. Old Madame Fang leaned on the pillar under the porch and gasped for breath. Jiu Jiao sat on the stone bench in the courtyard and played with the bouquet of white flowers on the stone table in front of her. The flowers bloomed beautifully. They were pure white and elegant, and were out of this world. "Old Madam," she said, "who planted the flowers in the greenhouse?" Old Madame Fang waved her hand. She was too tired to speak. Jiu Jiao did not rush her and asked a servant to pour her a cup of hot tea. After drinking a few mouthfuls of hot tea, old Madame Fang finally recovered her breath. She staggered over to Jiu Jiao. Jiu Jiao said, "Sit down and talk." "Thank you." Eldest Miss Old Madame Fang was a person who attached great importance to rules, but she really couldn't stand it anymore. She sat down on the stone bench next to Jiu Jiao and said, "The flowers in the greenhouse were planted by the gardeners in the estate. The gardeners planted whatever flowers Old Madam liked. Generally, most of them are peonies. There are also some peonies, clivia, and water lilies. There are also other flowers, like the begonia in the West Mansion. This servant didn't go to the greenhouse many times. I heard it from the servants in the estate." After a pause, old Madame Fang thought of something and added, "However, Concubine Ling also knows how to plant flowers, and she's better at it than the gardeners. Now, old Madam let her take care of it." Jiu Jiao narrowed her eyes. "I know. Where is she?" Old Madame Fang realized something and asked, "Eldest Miss, why do you suddenly ask about this? Is there a problem with the greenhouse?" "There is a problem. As for who did it, we have to find out." Jiu Jiao didn't think about whether it was intentional or not. She didn't believe that there were so many coincidences in the world. Otherwise, Madame Yarrow wouldn't have been poisoned in the farmstead. Someone thought that Madame Yarrow was an eyesore and wanted to get rid of her. Old Madame Fang naturally thought of this, but she didn't expect it to be related to the greenhouse. "This servant will go and ask around." Old Madame Fang went to ask about Concubine Ling's whereabouts. In the end, Concubine Ling wasn't in the estate at the moment. She went back to her maternal home to visit her relatives. "I'll come back another day." Jiyu Jiao took the flower. Don't let Madam come out to be exposed to the wind for the next few days. Yes. Old Madam Fang responded. Old Madam Fang glanced at Jiyu Jiao and felt a myriad of emotions in her heart. Perhaps she still couldn't stand some of Eldest Miss's actions, but it was undeniable that when something happened to Madam, Eldest Miss was the only one who could be relied on. On the other side, Jiyu Changqing returned to the Lord Protector's estate. As soon as he entered the estate, he heard that something had happened to old Madam Jiyu, so he went to old Madam Gu's courtyard. Old Madam Jiyu had been hit by the flower pot quite badly. Her body was bruised and her head was even smashed. What happened? Jiyu Changqing asked. Old Madam Gu's trusted servant said, a wild girl came out of nowhere and bumped into old Madam, causing her to fall down in the greenhouse. Listen, 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 she fell down on her own, but she had to blame it on someone else. Old Madam Jiyu pressed the gauze on her forehead and shouted angrily, it must be a thief. Quickly go and catch her. If she was a thief, then she naturally had to be caught. Jiyu Changqing ordered people to seal off the estate. Jiyu Jiao's carriage had just arrived at the entrance of the estate when it was stopped by a bodyguard. The bodyguard said, there was a thief in the estate. The heir ordered that no one is allowed to enter or leave the estate freely. Old Madam Fang sternly said, look carefully. This is Madam's carriage. How could there be a thief in Madam's carriage? The bodyguard said, excuse me. Jiyu Changqing's personal guards only listened to his orders. Not to mention Madame Yarrow's carriage, even if old Madame Gu's carriage came, they also couldn't pass. While the two sides were arguing, Jiyu Changqing heard the commotion and walked over with a cold expression. Old Madam Fang bowed to him, heir. Jiyu Changqing looked at the carriage behind her. Madam wants to go out? Old Madam Fang opened her mouth and didn't know how to answer. Jiyu Jiao lifted the curtain of the carriage window and looked at the dignified Jiyu Changqing. I want to go out. Jiyu Changqing's expression immediately froze. Ever since he found out that the young man was Jiyu Yang, he naturally guessed Jiyu Jiao's identity. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't shocked, but it would be pretentious to say that he was still shocked after so many days. He looked at Jiyu Jiao with a complicated gaze. Jiyu Jiao just found out that this person was actually her and Jiyu Yang's half-brother, Jiyu Changqing. No wonder she dreamed of him. No wonder he didn't come for so many days. He should have guessed her and Jiyu Yang's identities. This was really, she didn't know how to put it. The two families were obviously not on good terms, but by a freak combination of factors, they were strangely involved. He saved little Jing Kong, she saved him, and he saved Jiyu Yang. Jiyu Jiao calmly looked at her half-brother in front of her and held her chin with her small hand. You won't let me go? Jiyu Changqing was slightly startled by her calm and unhurried tone. Didn't she have any burdens? About their identities? No. Jiyu Changqing came back to his senses and said to the imperial bodyguard, let them go. Yes. The imperial bodyguard didn't ask any more questions and respectfully stepped aside. Nanny Fang was very puzzled. Looking at the eldest miss and the heir's attitude, it seemed like they knew each other. Jiyu Jiao put down the curtain. The carriage had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly stopped the carriage. She lifted the curtain again and threw out the bouquet of white flowers. Jiyu Changqing subconsciously caught it. In fact, according to Jiyu Changqing's previous training, he should avoid things thrown by others. Even he didn't understand what happened just now. He looked at Jiyu Jiao strangely. Jiyu Jiao didn't say anything else. She just pulled down the curtain and then left in the carriage. The people around were confused. What was going on? That girl gave a flower to the heir of their family. Jiyu Changqing didn't think that she would give him flowers for no reason. He looked at the flowers in his hand and frowned, lost in thought. Jiyu Changqing thought of what had happened in the greenhouse. Jiyu Changqing called the gardener in the residence over. Do you recognize this flower? The gardener said, it's a flower from the greenhouse. Jiyu Changqing asked, what kind of flower is it? The gardener shook his head. This servant doesn't know. Jiyu Changqing said coldly, you planted it yourself, and you don't know? The gardener was embarrassed. He wasn't a real gardener. He was just a servant who watched the greenhouse. He worked for the old gardener for a while. After the old gardener was dismissed, he became the new gardener. He said, "This servant didn't plant this flower. It was concubine Ling." Jiyu Changqing asked the gardener to leave and called the residence doctor over. The residence doctor didn't know much about flowers. But if this wasn't a normal flower, but a medicine, then it was a different story. This is a devil's snare. Be careful. It's poisonous. Jiyu Changqing frowned. It's poisonous? The residence doctor said, "Yes, this flower is poisonous regardless of whether it's white or red. The seeds are the most poisonous, followed by the leaves. It can also be used in medicine. The mafesin we use is mainly made from this flower. You'll be poisoned if you touch it." Jiyu Changqing asked. "That's not the case. Air's body is strong. Not to mention touching it, even eating it won't be a problem." The residence doctor said flatteringly. Did he mean that he would eat poison when he had nothing to do? The residence doctor continued, "But if it's someone with a weak body, just smelling the flower's fragrance will also affect them. They will either become excited or depressed." Jiyu Changqing continued, "If it's someone who already thinks too much and often smells the flower's fragrance, will it worsen their condition?" The residence doctor nodded, "It will. If it's serious, it may cause hallucinations. Even worse, it's not uncommon for people to commit suicide or lose their rationality." Jiyu Changqing thought of Yarou Shi, who had almost died together with Jiyu Chenglin. He thoughtfully asked, "Is this flower common?" The residence doctor said, "It's common. It's found in the mountains. Unfortunately, most people don't recognize it. Just because it's pretty, they picked it and brought it home. In the end, they were poisoned." That night, concubine Ling returned to the residence. As soon as she entered, she saw Jiyu Changqing's servant waiting for her. She asked, "What's the matter?" The servant said, "Concubine Ling, the heir is looking for you." Concubine Ling was stunned and smiled, "Okay, I know." Concubine Ling went to Jiyu Changqing's courtyard. Jiyu Changqing was practicing his sword in the courtyard. When he saw her, he quickly put away his sword and threw it to the servant. "Concubine Ling, come and sit," he said. The two of them sat down on the stone bench. A servant served tea and snacks. Jiyu Changqing said, "This is a new snack made in the kitchen. I specially saved it for Concubine Ling. Concubine Ling, try it." Concubine Ling tasted it. "It tastes good." Jiyu Changqing said, "Concubine Ling, if you like it, eat more. These flower cakes are all made with fresh flowers from the greenhouse." Concubine Ling smiled, "What kind of flower is it? It tastes so good." "It's this kind of flower." The servant smiled and took out a few datra flowers from behind him. Concubine Ling's expression changed, and she spat out the snack in her mouth. Little Jing Kong got today's delicious meal: vegetarian meatballs, green peppercorn, fried rice with sausage, and shrimp egg soup. He had recently unlocked the skill of eating eggs, and he felt that it was delicious. Jiao Jiao ordered a bowl of lovely egg soup every day. His tableware was beautiful, and the delicacy of the plate arrangement was much better than the other dishes. He ate with relish, and he didn't forget to stick out his chest, shake his head, and send a smug expression to the others. Xiao Liulang started to tutor Lin Chengye again, so he didn't come back for lunch every day. He ate with little Jing Kong at the Imperial College. Dinner became the most tidy part of the family every day. After dinner, the old madam, as the head of the family, would ask everyone how they were doing today. Little Jing Kong reported for the longest time every time. He was a taciturn child in school and was a very cold child. When he was at home, he was a little loudspeaker. He was lively, and he would only stop when Jiyu Jiao praised him. Today, There was nothing special about everyone. When it was Jiyu Jiao's turn, Jiyu Jiao hesitated for a moment, then told them about Yarosha. She didn't tell them that Yarosha was framed in the Hufu, and that Yarosha almost died together with Jiyu Chenglin. She only told them that she wanted to bring Yarosha over. Everyone liked Yarosha, so they didn't have any objections. The only problem was the room. Jiyu Yang expressed that he could move in with Jiyu Xiaoshan and give the room to Yarosha. Jiyu Xiaoshan nodded. His bed was big enough for 2 people to sleep on. Tomorrow. I'll go with you. Xiao Liulang asked Jiyu Jiao. He was talking about going together to bring Yarosha over to live with him. Jiyu Jiao nodded and asked him, "You don't have classes tomorrow?" Xiao Liulang. "I have classes." Early the next morning, Jiyu Jiao went to the Hufu. Yarosha had woken up early and was eating breakfast in a warm room. Seeing her daughter come over, she was very happy, but she was also a bit worried. She pulled her daughter's hand and sat down. "Have you eaten yet?" "I've eaten." Jiyu Jiao said, "I came to bring you out of the Fu." Yarosha was stunned. Jiyu Jiao paused and said, Are you willing to move out and live with us?" Yarosha wanted to hear these words even in her dreams. Even in her dreams, she wanted to live with her daughter. But now was not the time. Yarosha reached out and touched her daughter's hair. "You came so early just to bring me out of the Fu?" Jiyu Jiao nodded honestly. Yarosha looked at her daughter dotingly. "Jiao Jiao, have you truly accepted me?" Jiyu Jiao was silent. She didn't know. The one she didn't accept was not Yarosha, but her mother. But Yarosha was her mother. Yarosha held her daughter's hand and gently said, "Jiao Jiao was worried about me, so she made a concession. I am very moved and very happy. But right now, I still cannot move out and live with Jiao Jiao." "That concubine mother has a problem," Jiyu Jiao said. Sure enough, it was because she was worried about her. Yarosha touched her daughter's face with relief and bitterness. "Mother knows. Mother can handle it. Trust mother this once." If this was before, knowing that she could move out with her daughter, she would have done it without hesitation. But she already knew about the situation in the greenhouse. She thought about it for an entire night, thinking about what she should do. Should she move out, or should she continue to stay in the manor? In the past, she did not fight because she felt that she could not see any hope. Her Yang could lose her life at any moment. She just wanted to protect Yang and stay away from the manor's affairs. But now, she did not think like this. There were some people that just avoiding them was useless. The 3 of them, mother and children, even being alive was a sin. More importantly, she knew that her daughter had been whipped to save her. If it was not for her incompetence, her daughter would not have been whipped to save her. Her heart was bleeding. Her daughter had done too much for her. She could not always hide behind her daughter and become a burden. She hoped that one day, she would move out, not because she had nowhere to go. She also hoped that one day, when she was gone, her daughter would remember her mother. It would not be a weak and pitiful mother who was besieged on all sides. It would be a mother that she could be proud of. This was the strength that her daughter gave her. If it was possible, mother would not want you to be so capable. It was because she was too incompetent that her daughter had no choice but to be strong. She could not go on like this. She wanted to protect her daughter. Jiyu Jiao could not understand this emotion, but Jiyu Jiao respected Yarosha's choice. If you need anything, the family welcomes you at any time. After Jiyu Jiao left, Yarosha changed her clothes and put on 2 golden hair ornaments. She went to Pine Crane Courtyard to pay respects to old Madame Jiyu. Hearing that Yarosha came to pay respects to her, old Madame Jiyu almost choked to death. "Who did you say came?" The servant said, "Madam, it's Madam. She came to pay respects to you." Ever since Yarosha returned to the manor, she had not come to pay respects to old Madame Jiyu. What happened today? Did the sun rise from the west? Old Madame Jiyu was not in a good mood. Firstly, Jiyu Chenglin was still locked up in the ancestral hall. Secondly, she had been frightened by a thief and had an accident in the greenhouse. Unfortunately, her grandson had not caught the thief yet. She had never been so unlucky in her life. Hiss, her whole body hurt. Let her wait outside. Tell her that I have not woken up yet. Yarosha was ignored for almost an hour, but she did not complain at all. Old Madam Jiyu laughed. Oh? She's changed her personality. If this was 10 years ago, she would have left with a sullen face. In the end, old Madam Jiyu called her in. Not only did Yarosha come, she also brought snacks that she had made herself. Old Madam Jiyu laughed coldly. What? Are you trying to poison me? Daughter-in-law does not dare, Yarosha said respectfully. Even the tone of his voice had changed, revealing a hint of flattery and fawning. Old Madam Jiyu could not help but look at Yarosha again. In the past, Yarosha was as cold as she could be. She had an appearance of having no desires. Even old Madam Jiyu found her to be an eyesore. Today, she had changed her clothes and put in her hair ornament. She finally had some self-awareness as a noble lady. As a woman, she had to dress herself up beautifully and be submissive in front of her mother-in-law. Old Madam Jiyu no longer felt like she had punched cotton. It was rare for her to find Yarosha more pleasing to the eye. Mother, please try it. Yarosha presented the snacks with both hands. Her respectful appearance was full of praise. Old Madam Jiyu calmly picked it up and tasted it. Then, old Madam Jiyu was stunned. She could not tell that this poor daughter-in-law's cooking was so good. It was much better than the chef in the manor. Yarosha said respectfully, I also practiced for a long time before I dared to take it out to show filial piety to Mother. I hope Mother will not dislike it. Everyone in the room was so shocked that their jaws dropped. Did they hear wrongly? Did this really come out of the madam's mouth? Although Yarosha did not come from a high family, she had a strong backbone. She was not willing to curry favor with old Madam Jiyu like concubine Ling. Old Madam Jiyu was very pleased with Yarosha's attitude. In addition, she was injured and did not have a good appetite. Yarosha's snacks were somewhat edible. Yarosha said gently, Mother, let me give you a massage. The bruises on your body will be better after I massage them. Yang often feels uncomfortable. I've massaged him before, and the imperial doctor praised me for doing a good job. Old Madam Gu's body was in great pain. Hearing her say this, she hesitated but still let her try. Yarosha did not personally take care of Jiyu Yang all these years. She was indeed very good at massaging. She was much more professional than the young maidservants in the manor. The manor doctor could also massage, but after all, men and women should not touch each other. Old Madam Jiyu was very pleased. The places that Yarosha massaged did not hurt as much. Of course, she felt comfortable. Yarosha's appearance as a daughter-in-law finally gave her a sense of pride as a mother-in-law. Mother, I've thought about Lin's matter. Hearing that Yarosha still dared to mention Jiyu Chenglin, old Madam Gu's face darkened. Jiyu Chenglin was beaten to this state by her daughter, and because of the matter with Jiyu Yang, he was locked up in the ancestral hall by her eldest son. She still had the face to mention it. Yarosha said, when the heir returns to the manor tonight, I will go find him and ask him to release Lin. I will tell him that Yang is fine now. He was indeed alive and kicking. On the other hand, Jiyu Chenglin was beaten so badly by Jiyu Jiao that he could not get up even now. Old Madam Gu's expression softened. It was true that she hated Yarosha's child, but the most important thing now was to release her precious grandson. Jiyu Changqing might not listen to the words of others. Since the person involved did not pursue the matter, Jiyu Changqing could not continue to hold on to Jiyu Chenglin and not let him go. Old Madam Jiyu said warily, why are you suddenly trying to curry favor with me? Yarosha lowered her eyes and sighed, this daughter-in-law has thought it through. All these years, this daughter-in-law has not fulfilled her duty as a daughter-in-law and has troubled Mother. In the future, when Yang and Jiao Jiao grow up, they will have to rely on your protection. Sorry, Jiao Jiao, Mother will use you to show off her pitifulness first. No matter how hard one tried, flattery would never work. Old Madam Jiyu retracted her doubtful expression, It's good that you know your place. On the other hand, concubine Ling came to greet old Madame Jiyu. As soon as she entered the room, she saw the strange scene of old Madame Jiyu and Yarosha getting along harmoniously. Concubine Ling's expression froze. She could not believe her eyes. She was about to go forward and greet them when Yarosha turned around and gestured for her to keep quiet. Yarosha slowly stood up and pulled the blanket over old Madame Jiyu. Then, she gently lowered the curtain. Concubine Ling opened her mouth to speak, but stopped. Old Madame Jiyu was asleep. She could not wake her up. I will come back later to serve mother, Yarosha said to the servants in the room and turned to leave. When she brushed past Concubine Ling, she said lightly, Concubine Ling, why don't you leave too? Don't disturb mother's rest. Since she had already said so, how could Concubine Ling not leave? Concubine Ling felt that it was very strange. Yarosha today seemed to be different from before. What exactly had changed? It seemed to be her clothes, but it also seemed to be her aura. Concubine Ling followed behind Yarosha and left Pine Crane Courtyard. Just as they left the courtyard, Yarosha suddenly turned around and raised her hand to slap Concubine Ling. With a loud slap, Concubine Ling was stunned. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.